It's a one-way trip, you know. John Spreader.
Dude, wasn't that dude in a fucking piss club?
What's wrong? As the crowd.
Mr. Crowley, it was like the gold thing where like they think the philosopher's stone is like crystallizing fucking urine. And, like, yeah, like they're fucking crazy, dude.
They're lovely. They just went downhill because of their excessiveness. What started off was pretty much quite beautiful. They really went excessive. Overdid it.
So we're talking about Abby's blackface. Okay, we're just gonna.
Well, Abby's Fatima.
Can I play a song for you guys?
Yeah.
Is that what you look like, Abby?
It's got the same thing. But that's not you. So that don't count. Like they, but Abby's so true. They did. A cowboy guy. Playing Red Dead Redemption and the credits are like, which I haven't even played the new one. It's never into the Xbox. Oh. I mean, you're listening outside and you have a shotgun next to you.
vocals.
Amazing. That's intoxicated with the love
That was really good.
God kind of voice, you know what I'm saying?
Could you play something a little bit better? Could you play a song for me or for your thing?
Yeah.
Boo boos. Boo. If you play Stillborn, example, that'll be acoustic version. Has to be the acoustic version. It can't be the rock and roll.
I'm playing Tool. Can you hear it?
Alright, thank you.
Oh my god, so low.
But in our case, you have to turn your voice isolation off or something.
I put on music, I think. It's freaking I feel like having sex on Tool. So
Well, just so you know, we can't.
it's fine. It's such a doing music. Such a good music.
You don't want us to hear it?
Which one do you? Which one? Tool?
Yeah.
It's Tool. Kitover. One Megatron were playing and playing.
So Regal, what did you want me to play for you?
I put it in the chat.
Oh, you just unbelieve it.
Can I put in a request too?
One request at a time.
Yes, by Zach Wild, Stillborn, the acoustic version.
Okay, one second.
Which one?
Because I can't. Zach Wild.
Black Label Society, Stillborn, acoustic.
Maybe it's fucking hate you too, Brad.
Goddamn commercial.
Yeah. If anybody needs some Pampers, there's a new Easy Off tabs.
Fucked up. So where's this report that says it's 40,000 and not 3,000? I don't understand. Like the numbers are
Ministry of Islamic Republic said that the number of people that were killed is 3,000. But who asked the killer about the number of people who were killed? That's a question. Who would ask the?
I got you. I understand that. Wow. Well, I don't know, Sword. I think you're the killer, so why don't you explain who these people are that got killed?
It's too much bravado. I mean, yeah, I'd say here.
I put a father down the same. If anything.
Yeah, I mean, as musicians always know the best music.
I'd like to play a song on my little Jew harp here. I want to dedicate it to all the Muslims out there that are sick of their laws. And everybody's just a Jedi warrior, but some religions got very specific laws.
Like what?
You'll have to look at the Charter of Medina.
Oh, from Medina. Medina.
Inshallah. The Logos is feeling nice, sad.
It's the best.
And me is full of the Logos.
I mean, he's not the most song. This makes you kind of like.
You're not Muslim, you're an infidel. You. Hey, Abby, what is up with that PTR, Abby? Holy shit. Fuck, what the fuck?
This is the real picture, by the way. The one is AI, the one you have, the like.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States credit card, except. Damn.
Around the back with some fucking helium trying to hit that note.
I know.
You don't have to hear the whole thing, right? I hear the whole thing now. That was nice, so. Dude, what's your problem? Why are you being a baby?
Why don't you just like I'm becoming a Hasidic United Sufi order Sufi. So why don't you just speak and experience Christianity? What is stopping you? Just become Christian for some time. Then you
Been around Christian, like you think I've never been around Christians? What are you talking about?
some want to experience it.
We're already Christians.
Alright, so now
You're talking about like you're not allowed to walk into a church? Yes, you are.
we have a poem here.
You're allowed to spread your little carpet and pray all you want.
We're gonna get a poem going on with us. Okay. He's very mad about the music. He wants to.
It is a minimum wage. You want to make life more affordable for people, but you raise wages. So you want
Oh,
well, that's definitely the night transformations.
who you used to be isn't who you are now. Who you used to be isn't who you're required to be. You don't have to carry the past in your alone if it's no longer what you identify with. You are allowed into your pocket. No feel
How about
lighter.
you just force business owners who barely make a profit to raise their wage to won't believe minimum? Stop taxing pig.
Wait, let's start there. 7.
Dedicated to illuminating. Yeah.
It says row tired of over explaining yourself. People committed to misunderstanding. One day you will say nothing and you will let speak. I mean,
Subhanallah. Mashallah.
This is on Labor Day. I want to thank the Chicago Federation of Labor. I want to thank
a hat that said, Inshallah, my way through the day or something. Inshallah, my way through life.
Simon says it for everything.
That was the picture of that.
Simon thinks there's only one. For one expected. He says it for everything. Where is my Randy jacket? Beautiful Italian flag one. My Italiano boy. Start with some rock, bitches. Some play some heavy metal, something heavy, please.
Right now by Korn.
Why not?
You play it.
Play it.
Get up and get my iPad.
My hands are a little busy right now.
Doing what?
She's over there playing with her bush.
And for laser and get it over with. Why would you not?
step 1, which I believe will be the easiest step, will be just granting
Can't deal with that.
a
Hello, humble moderators. I'd like to read 60 seconds from the Dhammapada, the wisdom of the Buddha. Okay, this is called the Bhikkhu. It is good to restrain the eye. It is good to restrain the ear. It is good to restrain the nose. It is good to restrain the tongue. It is good to delete Clubhouse and go on your way. It is good to restrain the body. It is good to restrain the mind. It is good to restrain thought. Restraint in all things is good. The bhikkhu on Clubhouse with restraint in all things will be free from suffering. He has controlled his hands and feet. He has controlled his speech. He is withal well controlled. He delights in insight development. He is calm. He lives alone and is contented. Him they call a bhikkhu of Clubhouse. How pleasant is the discourse of the monk, spare in his use of words, whose speech is restrained, who talks wisely, who is simple and clear in expressing the Dhamma. The monk who abides in the Dhamma, who delights in the Dhamma, who contemplates the Dhamma, will not fall away from the sublime Dhamma. One should not despise his own portion, not covet what others have. A monk who covets what others have does not achieve peace of mind. The gods praise the energetic monk who is content with his simple lot, living by pure means of livelihood. He who is not attached to this mind-body process and does not mourn the loss or decay, that one is called a true bhikkhu of Clubhouse, a monk who lives in loving kindness, devoted to the teachings of the Buddha, will realize nirvana, the tranquil, the unconditioned, the blissful. Empty this boat and delete Clubhouse, O monks. Emptied, it will move lightly. Cut off lust and ill will, and you will reach nirvana here on Clubhouse. Cut off the lower 5 fetters of self-delusion: doubt, attachment to rites and ceremonies, sensuality, and ill will. Remove another 5, the 5 higher fetters of desire for the realm of subtle body, desire for the bodiless realm, conceit, restlessness, and ignorance, and cultivate 5, confidence, mindfulness, effort, meditative absorption, and insight.
I'll see you. Okay.
That was so good. That was very, very good.
This was to sell you out.
Yeah, he the fact that he was like bored by that and wanting to kill himself shows that he doesn't understand where his book philosophy comes from.
He's not a He's a product.
Alistair, that's the thing.
That's for I'm getting there to my final 4.
How are you people out talking this on again?
Green.
Oh, I apologize, everyone. I achieved nirvana over here. Farewell, everyone. Good luck living in your state of not living in nirvana. Farewell. I'm deleting the app. Goodbye.
Bye, Joe.
I'll point your guns.
Bye, Joe. Get over. Goodbye, everybody. It's time to fall.
Well, that's a social shooter.
What your bitch ass up, Megatron?
Oh, well, today I want to have a toaster strudel.
What about
Are you gonna put the icing on it, Megatron? Are you gonna like it?
Have you read Him Japan?
No.
Alistair Crowley. I performed it for freaking John Kitover.
Wow. Really?
It's such a great Alistair Crowley is one of the finest of all writers.
Wow.
It's telling you the movement could have flourished very much like it's like the NIT. It started off as the NIT Mahmoudi, the order. And then went downhill because of the excessive usage of freaking drugs and excessive orgies, which I would have loved to be a part of.
The orgies are one thing, drugs are another, you know. I would do the orgies, not the drugs.
I would have bought.
Unless I'm microdosing.
Woman is full form. Yeah.
I would have bought.
you are not out that way.
Narja Zabu, I would love to have a threesome with you two. Can we maybe schedule this for something, maybe 4th of July, the Big Bang?
Can we do it like the day before, so we can come like right at the top of the day?
No fun trying to.
Oh, message me in the back channel, and I'll send you a Eurosi wand to prepare for the big moment.
She screamed it so loud.
I'm coming! Oh my god! Don't stop! Don't stop! Don't stop! Don't stop! Ah!
Idiot.
Osama's here. Maybe we can actually engage in some.
Thank you. That helped me find that. Thank you, Lord, did not too. It's not my husband. Mohammed, my husband.
Kenya. That's almost too.
No.
Zizu? Baby boy?
With Mohammed.
Love the song.
Mohammed is my Lord. He's an incredible human.
Mohammed was incredible.
You.
Mohammed Adam and Nizama Sufi. They're beautiful people.
They're whirling together in the audience.
Oh, that mom. He's cool. Kidding.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Mikhail?
What's wrong with you?
They're just a perfect woman.
It's Sano Kamen.
Yes.
The human. What is a perfect woman? How do you say perfect woman, Illumi, in the language of the Bedouins? How do you say perfect
No
woman?
such thing.
How do you say it in the
Does
language?
not exist.
What does ChatGPT say it is?
Ruiz, I know this is
Oh, Lisa Alcamel.
Al-Nisal Kamal, yes.
Wow. Amazing. Nisa is a beautiful name.
Nisa? I used to have I have a friend, Iranian friend, whose name is Nisa.
That's a beautiful name.
Woman?
Yeah, but like then in terms of like not the actual meaning, but the Nisa.
Sounds? Yeah. Good sound. I like the name Sama also. What a nice sound.
Sama is
Sama.
that's beautiful.
Is it dance? Is it dance of the dervish?
That's not original.
Yeah. Dervish.
When we whirl, will you still hold my boobs?
I will do boobs. I will try.
Otherwise, they'll like fling around. You know, I can't.
You will. That's well, one hand is to the heavens and the other to the earth.
Well, that's how big they are. So
Yeah, so I will point one upwards. And the other to its earthly mortal souls. Fucking loser. Fuck up. Oh my god.
John always the
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. You're good. You're good. You're the best. You're the best.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you so much.
Fine.
you're hot making. Alistair, do you sing?
Oh, Pan, Pan. Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt. As great God can. Oh, Pan, Pan.
Whoa.
Yeah, Ali, yeah, Ali, yeah, Ali. Yeah, yeah, Ali, yeah.
Ali the philosopher creation.
She.
Parashit. In the beginning was Ali. It began and ended with Ali.
Yeah, Ali, yeah, Ali, yeah, Ali, yeah, Ali.
What joy leaps in the hearts of those who love Ali. So would Ali be the Holy Ghost or the Son of Man?
Yeah.
Father, maybe? Ali didn't even realize. Sandy.
Ali is every breath.
Ali is the gaps between my heartbeats.
The gaps between my teeth. Every cell. Every atom.
Every outfit they rules.
It's only Ali.
It is Ali. All begins with Ali.
Ali, 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 Ali.
Do you go to the do you go to your what is that called?
Smiley Jamaskana? Yeah.
Jamatkana.
Yes.
I'm dying to go to one of them.
I would let you in.
Do I have to be if I need to
Yeah. During prayer time, yeah. Like the Smiley Center and those are public.
Yeah, they pray differently. But they do pray the love prayers too.
Our prayers are like our daily prayers are like 10 to 15 minutes long.
Yeah. I know the thing, the sequence.
Oh, amazing. You have the book?
Like all the other ones.
I learned from someone who was like talking too closely about Ismailis. No, they don't believe it's like particulars can change.
So we incorporate this a lot in terms of like the content of the words, but it's
correct.
But we add much more to it, so it's longer.
Like what?
Zikr.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the sujood and ruku'.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and the tashahhud is really long.
Yeah, because
it's like the way Ali
is like kindergarten. And what
again,
it's like
take all your time doing all that on your own, but when it's a congregation prayer.
No, we do it as a congregation.
So 3 times a day, that long.
Yeah.
Who has that time?
You make time.
Dedicated to God.
You make time.
Yeah.
In America must be an empty place.
No, filled in Canada, like even in America.
Filled where? Like every day?
Every day.
Every day. Most of the society.
What are you talking?
Are you kidding me? My brother's holiday home is in Portugal, and that's their like.
Yeah, Narcos, you have to go.
Dude,
You have to go.
I would like to visit.
Narcos, you do a world tour of all these Mandy centers.
But the one they have in Portugal is the base, right?
That's the throne of Mama, yes.
Yes.
So do you know what else is the belief of the Spaniards?
Muhammad is in Portugal.
Yes, I swear to God, it used to be in Aleppo, or no, not Aleppo, in yeah, and then it moved.
It moved, but also I was in Aleppo. I didn't see, but Aleppo got pushed out.
Yeah. And then it went to Eglimo is what I meant. and France, and then it just recently moved to Portugal.
The foundation there is really huge.
I would love
It's mostly like yeah, they engage in like critical studies of philosophy and logic and things like that. My brother was like, there are people here, and they are some sort of strange religion. Because he doesn't know. But they
How
are.
old is your brother?
He's about 30, 32.
Is he single?
I don't know.
Oh,
He's married to a Spanish girl. And then he was like, and they're just so they're like so serious. Book reading and study. I said, damn, that's the Archive Center in Portugal.
the original Azar, you know.
Heavily, you guys engage in logic, rationality, metaphysics.
Mm-hmm.
She knows all about that.
I think that's someone who was funny.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Your thing is what do you call it? But she's a bonus.
That's
That was the first Morris I've ever met in my life, actually.
What was the honest?
Someone I knew a while ago.
I mean, what that? Yeah, I converted that guy.
No.
so people have lives off of
Yeah, they're yeah.
You're right here, aren't you?
I'm right on your lap. And I'm
If you want to. Sure. Type. You're my type. I mean,
Can I want
you got a lightsaber for fuck's sakes.
There's only this little.
Hands around something just as big as that lightsaber.
Inshallah.
Without it turned on, obviously.
Oh, it's big.
Consultation.
Whirl on it.
Think about it.
Ew, you're psycho.
They love that.
No.
They actually just sound psycho, right?
Well, that's very
You have the Montserrat Halaj vibe, and they killed him, so.
No, but what's your not.
He kept saying, I'm the truth, they fucking hated him, dude.
All he said was after his freaking ego death. He had to speak and open his mouth and he was killed.
I'm doing the same thing.
I saw his grave.
That's incredible. But don't you think Alumi is doing the same thing?
Mine is exactly. I'm not a good mind. Good man.
They can't explain his positions.
He got a position. Nothing with argument, logical argument.
Yes, everybody says I am God, they're a mister.
Absolutely.
That worked out for him.
Yeah, bastards killed him, you motherfuckers.
Reality killed him. What are you talking about?
Do you want to be the only one?
Only one.
Logic.
So people gonna claim logic and reason. You got no logic and reason.
Logic and reason is not everything. Like once you enter the Eastern philosophy, you have to drop it.
You just want to talk and
You're an empty shell, dude.
It's like paradox.
No one on this fucking app knows anything about it.
Yes, Greg was actually.
Why is he talking to him? I don't understand.
He was a fucking fool on this app, I think.
It is Greg, not Hegel. Hegel's doing philosopher. I don't want to respond to them.
It's just a show.
That doesn't have so much.
It's a soulless creature.
What you want to write?
He just aggravates me. Only he aggravates me.
Because you want it and you can't get it.
Fuck off. Get in the heartbeat.
I would rather sleep with the dog. I would rather sleep with
I could go deliver gnosis to. I could go deliver gnosis to the Ethiopian Orthodox.
How about you go right now? Go for it.
Or the Afrocentrist, which they'll probably kick me in less than 2 minutes.
Where?
Or the modalist.
Nothing wrong with modalism. I don't know why you find that so wrong. I think wrong with modalism.
Oh, there is what's her name is back? Nora. I could deliver some Illumi synthesis to her. She's always been jealous of my project.
Ooh. She's not.
And that's it, really.
What's jealous of you?
I would like to engage with Walter. Last time I engaged, it just took way too long to get anywhere. The fuckers
Because
have
you don't actually understand your view, and so you can't explain it in simple terms.
Why don't you explain to us your view?
I don't need to.
Mm-hmm. You should read my bio.
Go to
Zabu. You should read my bio.
No, thank you.
Zabu. Go to ChatGPT, Zabu.
It's okay. I'll read.
You want me to go to
Read the part that matters for you.
Okay.
Walk the way.
Listen to this.
Walk the way, not by imitation, but by recognition.
Yeah, 90s.
Imitator.
Keep reading.
Oh, she's good.
Outstanding. What is it that you got on people's mouths?
I don't. Just don't like the smell of bullshit.
Do you think everyone smells like bullshit?
No. More school. Andy seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Ooh,
I
see.
don't know what the fuck Daniel's going through. John's crazy. Fatima needs a dick. Sin needs to, reality check. It's cool.
What is next month? Megatron, do we have to do this right now?
He needs to go join us on TikTok. I think he's there.
Now, are you saying
Who the fuck Angel is, but I'll add.
Megatron?
Yeah.
Do we have to do this right now?
I know Congress.
Yeah, it's freaking loud.
Tim? Yes, Tim. Tim, go there, Bitcoin. Anybody who has Bitcoin is kind of like just.
Why do you want to listen to it?
Khadija Zidji.
They laugh at it.
Zidji.
So we can-
Zidji.
That's sad. She's clearly lost.
A dagger and a piece armor. I mean,
Now we're just gonna like hang him up.
what's going on here? I can't this image.
Let's sing a song.
This image has no meaning.
Let's sing a song.
Just about the show. Okay.
What song should we sing?
Yours, my fellow.
Is it sing a song? Megatron?
You're my angel. You're my angel.
I like see. Thought you were a chick. I'm not gonna lie, man. Alright.
I don't know, guys. I know. Okay.
Just if he wants.
Does he think That is like way it's like a pickup line.
And Louis, what are you saying?
Let's see. I mean, seems like a handsome fellow.
It's okay that Louis gay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's a fellow. Nothing that is that what you're doing, Louis, or what?
Oh, I would do Islam. That's. I mean, I thought that was obvious. That's not obvious. Okay.
That would be hot.
And Islam squealing like a. Well, no, I just bent him over.
Like, oh, I'm trying.
Nice. She put up with this.
He's nice if he listens to him. You're not kind to him. I'm married. Haha. Unbelievable. Sorry, Louis.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but he's not nice.
You don't think he's nice?
No.
Because how many nice guys are you on top of? Wait a second. We're married now, but didn't we talk before? I forgot.
Nabu.
What's your name?
You can't even read.
Isn't this? Doesn't she sound like? What's your name? That's Charlie's friend.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
You don't even like her. What's your name?
I love them. Sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no.
You can have more than one wife.
Who said that?
Angel Lynn.
You are my angel.
That's right. That's okay.
So cute. His son, Lizzo's son looks like Lizzo. They're on copy. Like a photocopy of his own. Not that I have a long way. Lizzo, how long has that philosophical journey been? So long.
Oh, did somebody kick him?
No,
He just left?
I don't know. I hope no one takes him.
Who keeps muting me? Daniel, why?
I did you kick him, did you? Daniel?
Megatron, did you mute me? As a mod, can't I see like what people do?
Yeah, I guess. I think I go look for that.
Oh, so if you go to the bottom of the page, there's like a little clipboard. And if you click on the clipboard, then click on history.
They call it clipboard. They call it.
But it doesn't show you who muted anybody. That sucks. Oh my god.
It doesn't show you who's kicked.
No. I have no idea.
What? No, it does for you, right?
No idea. Oh yeah, it does.
No, it
It
does.
does.
Where?
Yeah, it does. Scroll down. It will be kicked off as servant of Christ.
Oh my god, he kicked him out. He actually put him in the audience, but he said he didn't kick him either.
Oh well, you moved him from the stage, sorry.
Ah, yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it shows kicked from the room. Yeah. I didn't like Megatron, do you hate me right now?
Why don't you like him? I'll tell you why. When I introduced him,
I love him.
I love Megatron. Louis, why? Like, what is it? I've often wondered, like, why I also feel sometimes an aversion. I've never dissected that feeling.
Why?
He feel aversion. I also feel aversion.
Yeah, but why don't you dissect it?
It's too much work.
It's not too much work to be like, oh wow, this guy sucks.
Yeah, but why? Like maybe it's
He incorporates insults and ego into what he's talking about, so it doesn't feel genuine. It feels like a performance. It feels like copy and paste. It feels manufactured. It feels like it's not from the heart at all.
he also puts down people in flaw.
Yeah, the insult is not good. I think when it's very similar to Andrew. The insult.
Like brain thing, some dark psychology going on. He incorporates that to make his point.
He's on the dark side.
Dark side, yeah.
And not in a good way.
Yeah.
Hi, Converse. Welcome to the stage.
I can't. Neapolis is a Iranian list.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've spoken to him for a long time. But I don't know if he likes me.
Islam is his foundational religion.
Yeah.
He builds off of that.
There were some cool people like Hadi and somebody else that we were all talking about.
Yeah.
And there's another
He's
guy.
on TikTok. Moshi?
Not Moshi, another guy who had long hair and a bun.
Yeah.
No. Fucking Siam.
Jabba Sufi too.
Did you say Siam's a Sufi?
No. That was the other guy we talked about. The long hair, right?
I think he was called the One or something. I can't.
Oh, yeah, I know which one. Neapolis, hi.
Hi, Neapolis. Remember when Nizam and I fought? Yeah.
You were Nizam fight?
Yeah, remember he did Ruby?
What? Nizam? I wasn't there. What happened?
Yeah, you were.
What did you say? I've seen you for what?
A long time ago. Now we're like.
Nizam isn't that fair. He's a Sufi.
Now we're like husband and wife in a different dimension, you know.
Who, Nizam?
Yeah. It wasn't funny. Oh, Gone in here. Wow, all these people I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. You fought with him before?
Yeah.
Why?
Some argument is making. I think we had a.
Yeah, he has his moments.
We've had many arguments. Different
Who?
things.
You were and I, right? Yeah, correct.
Well, actually, no. Yeah.
But he's.
Yeah, he's very sweet. But we can have like differences in arguments. It's not the person we're attacking. It's the argument.
Yeah. Unless you're looping.
Unless you don't.
What's the topic today?
It's just open.
Wait, it's the title. Okay.
No, we're talking about Hasidic Sufis.
What?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Is that
Yes, there is, bruh.
Wait.
Yeah.
Islam about it? Islam probably knows about Inayat.
So it's an Inayat inspired order, but it's Inayat Mamuni, and it's in Boulder, Colorado, and it's a Hasidic Sufi tradition.
Sorry, can you repeat it again? What the name is?
Inayat Mamuni.
Are you part of the tradition?
They take from it's a story.
They take from all. They're like universalists.
No.
They are like. Look it up. What? If wolves and what's the Minneapolis?
Definitely problematic.
So you're not a perennialist.
How can you be a perennialist?
It doesn't have to be a secret, but you cannot mix and match
What?
things.
Everybody mixes and matches. What are you talking about?
I'm a traditionalist, not a like.
So,
I'm a perennialist. Yeah.
So you have tribes still.
Okay.
Well, God made us in tribes, but
Yeah.
That's why we fought. Remember?
you and I fought.
A long time ago.
We party with
Long time ago. I still remember. No, because I just want people to let go. Like, drop to drop. You know what I'm saying?
but we only let go of God. Oh, girl, we don't let go of you.
I don't want you to let go of me. I want you to let go of God, which is all and everything and above everything. Above the tribes. I have a religious thing. I'm in a religious thing. I'm in an order. I have a Tarika.
Yeah, you're Ismaili, right? So
Yeah.
yes, but are there Turuk in Ismailism or is Ismailism your Tarika?
Correct. Ismailism is my Tarika.
Wow.
No, Tariq and Ismaili. It's one Tariq.
What?
Really is like the Ismaili people.
Could you repeat that? What pluralist? Like a perennial pluralist, I would say.
There's still like restrictions and still limitations, but then
we take on our different, like, Ismailis take on, like, as much as we have our own thing, it's also very ethnic and contextual. So the Afghani Ismailis living under the Soviet Union practice a very different practice than the Koja East African Ismailis, right? Because of the geopolitical context of the national practice. So Canada and America is the first time where you have this like mishmash of these traditions because they weren't allowed to practice openly in different contexts, right? So they didn't have under the Soviet Union, they didn't have access to the Aga Khan directly. So they had maintained a lot of folk practices, right? So even when the Afghanis first came to Canada, they still had to have their own separate rooms because their prayers were slightly different, and then the Ismaili institution had to find a way to standardize things. So things like funeral practices and all that stuff became sized in Canada and the US for the first time. And then that has become like a more global standard now.
Are all Ismailis, do they all follow the Aga Khan or is it?
Yeah.
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 Reality for the time.
Yeah.
That was like the first time I ever even learned anything about it.
My professor does work with under that teacher. Yeah.
that's sure.
He did retire. I actually got to go to his final lecture in DC. But he's a traditionalist perennialist like me. I mean, I basically, yeah.
I think you can have a path, but I think at the same time, it's not sociological. Like I think I like have a more sociological view on religion in the sense that things like blend all the time, and people make up shit and like hybridize things, and that's just the way things get practiced in reality.
Okay, well, if you meet God in the next life, you can be like, my view on things is sociological. See what I can see.
Yeah, he'll accept it. He's like, wow, good job.
Good job.
Way to use your intellect.
So you're on some bullshit.
Mm-hmm. God is not funny, first of all. No, he's not. God is God.
God is an active aspect, is masculine.
What if God was one of
You're not a perennialist. No.
Joseph Street?
Oh, but absolutely. Like even as a traditional practice. Oh yeah. I could hear you from the friends. I've never heard the youngest touch your anybody except for that was cool. I'm glad I could witness that. There are two. This is serious philosophy. Like it's not free to it's studied in depth. There's so much work on like the traditionalist and the non-traditional views of narrative.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're just like the matter of fact, right? Like people can go and they can study things that just aren't true, and they can derive insights and do all kinds of crazy work. That doesn't make it true. Like at the end of the day, there's a matter of fact.
I don't want to fight with this anymore.
And that there is a reality, and it's not like in order to attain onto this reality, there is a process of purifying the soul. Not just anybody who is able to ask questions and able to, like, situate them, like, even like true intellectual insights don't always mean that you have everything in order, right? The soul can be, the soul could be disordered and still like produce some sort of like a narrative about existence.
Right.
Example could be like Richard Dawkins, who thinks Claude is conscious.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's produced a lot of really smart stuff. That doesn't mean he has it all together. So it's important who you take your religion from.
Do you think you have it all together?
I'm not, but that's why I have teachers who I think do.
Right.
The work myself.
Do your teachers do? They have it all together? Or
Yeah, she can have it mostly together.
Have I read the work?
What is that?
Well, yeah, I have.
So, what do you think about the third Bible or transubstantial motion within God?
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
What problem does it solve?
That's the problem of like motion, like immutability. It also solves because it's intrinsic motion. It's not like a change in state in God. It also kind of unites human creation and creator, but not in a monist way, right? In the way of like essence, like elevated essence, therefore higher existence, lower the essence. Like the change here is in the essence of the human being.
Mm-hmm.
But most would think that essence is the very nature of a thing. Sadhguru do not think that essence is the nature of the thing.
I'll put this is how I come to know my teachers and who I take religion from. I think ultimately for me, identifying truth corresponds to like experience of truth, right? Through like these things. And there are just things that simply, if they do not resonate for me, then I just don't take it. You know what I mean? They're like when I read him, I'm not just reading somebody who is a really smart Islamic studies philosopher. I'm reading somebody who is, in my view, has very clearly tasted the realities that he's writing about. Like he's writing from an experiential perspective. This is somebody who's lived it, right?
Yeah.
And that is very rare. So I think that's the criteria I would interject one to. Like if you think somebody has actually embodies the realities that they're writing about, like well, the sun is obviously one of them. Then take from that. But just anybody who like has the ability to reason through stuff is not somebody that built what talk about spiritually. You feel me, fam?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. I think we're done fighting.
Yeah, I never read. Huh?
Let's go pick up some other topic. I'm here for all the smoke, dog.
Oh, there's only some. I'm gonna take a piss. Hold on.
Wow. Such vulgar, foul language. Fergus,
Mm.
what what are you thinking about these days? You usually have like something that's on your mind that you're trying to like work through.
Thinking about it, I'm thinking about justice. For me, it's become like quite the criteria. I think because of situational, uh, because it happened, like my family's in Iran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just mentioned when they were kind of
Sense of like, what is justice? What is divine justice? Like I've read works on, what's his name? Mutahari in the past, and I'm reading like the Satyam view of divine justice. I think I'm trying to understand like, is there just more justice in the world? If yes, then how is it established? Do we see this justice like show itself in nature? And how important is this attribute, right?
Yeah.
Or this particular in this very system of existence?
By system of justice, do you mean something independent of man, not acting in the world, or
Yeah, God, I don't know. Yeah, God, I do. Because the question mark appears with the whole the weak moments as the question mark on as to what the fuck where is divine justice and all of that because it's not right.
yeah, or so they,
Yeah,
I,
yeah. You're Palestinian? Damn, dude. I know. Oh, that's right.
but do you are you okay? Then what about like, are you satisfied by the idea of justice in the next life, or that's like out of
No.
scope?
Out of school.
Yeah, that's
Because-
rough.
Well, even if it is, I see that as a residual, right, in the next life. So in the next life, like, most of it will be a projector, sort of repeating itself in the form of elevated bliss, where the soul body is experiencing, like Sadhra says, that state of bliss, which we call whatever jhana, and then that downward spiral of hyperbole of like negative emotion for the wrongdoing that one's done, right? However, like one would think that it is possible for one to be agent in order to establish justice. But I think Sadhra solves the problem in the sense that he says you are that agent, right? Because you are in that uh, substantial motion at all times.
Picture this.
At any given time, one can
You're sitting in church, temple, or mosque, listening to description.
light within, easier to manifest, projected to the physical world.
$58 trillion. So to look at that as like
To people because resistance within them exists. And so they become agents of change within the system to bring about justice.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think that's very interesting.
How do you understand divine justice?
Well, I don't separate this world and the next, and so I guess in my mental working, um, I take into account that things might not get resolved until. But you're like alluding to like a harmony or a balance in this world that will be broken, and then like so you like a soul like a person plays a certain role by through the life circumstance that compels their soul one way or another, and wants to restore. Like I think there's just like really hard. It's like the United States blew up a school of like a girls' school to like 170 little girls. Like there are things that very clearly are just so out of sync, so out of balance that happen in this world. It's hard to, and just because we, human being cannot fathom what like the restoration of harmony doesn't mean it's not there. But there's also like I think actually San Jose Nuss, it was either one of his talks or something that I read by him where he says, that it's possible for the soul in this world to be burdened by something that does not actually belong to that soul. And so it's not something that the soul will take it with it into the next life, but it's also something that the soul cannot resolve on its own. Like there are people who are depressed because of like family trauma and stuff, things that they have nothing to do with, or they were just simply witnesses to something, and the soul can't actually do anything about it. But so long as it remains in this world, it remains burdened by those things, unless like or something. I don't know. I like the perspective. I don't know if I could hold on to it in every circumstance. You're probably spiritually superior to me in that regard. But
I can't hold on to that. There's something very innately wrong about that. Simply because I think my ego is acting up.
no, I think you that you were holding the harmonious balance. It sounded like you hold on to that.
I do, yeah. Like you become that agent. You are that Mahdi. You are that Jesus. So I mean, the peace is necessary.
But then, what do you think of the idea that the world like is on a continuous environment where is characterized by continuous loss of grace, right? Like on a whole, it moves away from like higher against like moves lower. Like there's who said sometimes everything afterwards is like worse than that.
No, I can't see it. I see it always as a collective. Yeah. So yeah, that is not something like I choose. It's always been like that from my childhood. Probably because I was not introduced to tribe or religion. So it makes it so much more easier. I still have that. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, it's a growing out, I guess. I have a tribe. I try to not have a tribe.
Why? But like, is there no virtue in tribe?
No, I think there is. No, it's not my tribe. I think there is like value in a rooted something, but there's also limits in that something. And tribe is horrific, I think. Not because it doesn't satisfy the person, but because that limitation of tribe, right? I know, but you listen to them thinking, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is at the outcome. I wish I'm not very hard to belong to tribes and communities and groups, and that is probably why I fit in most places. I don't know why so much, but it has never. My only priority is the balance between desire and the button. Like I don't know what else there is.
Wow, it's so profound. But like,
do you girls have a gym membership? Do you like go to a gym? Do you work out?
What?
This is so because I run. It's great.
That's just not her the box of balance.
Yeah, it's the balance. My soul needs a container that's healthy.
But Nargis, do you think Persia has a 5,000-year history without a tribal identity? I don't think
it has a nationalist identity. Let go of any nationalist identity. Tribe is so weird to us. We're introduced as in tribes. We are not. You have civic responsibility without a tribe. Like the moment you segregate groups within Iran, you'll see a very quick intrinsic reaction, which is disgust. And this is wrong. This is wrongdoing. First response. It says all, and I think because it's remained that it used to be an empire simply because of its inclusive nature of the Jews, of the Christians, of even the Aryans, Indo-Aryans. Maybe we are the Aryans. So this is why, whenever there's some kind of genetic memory that is associated with the word tribe.
You the Aryans?
Or tribe is horrid. It's like the worst word you can use. It's like blasphemous to use that word within like the Iranian paradigm. It's wrong. You're one body. You're a nation.
Yeah, in a modern context. What you think?
Iran is to have disdain for anyone in a tribal situation.
Yeah, in the tribal mindset. Yeah, there's a lot of.
As like a barbarian or something. Or disgusting, dirty? Like, what is the sense there?
No, like if you separate like the cloth from the torch, and even like just observe rooms. You guys don't speak Farsi. There was a time, just maybe a month ago, where there was this sort of tribal poking that was going on, and the Kurds and the Turks and the Persians and all came together and like opened up these huge ass rooms where all they did was say, "We are Iranian first. We are Iranian first." It was like an attack on some sort of innate. It was a trigger reaction. We're all separate out and we get together and how? Because we hate stuff. We hate it.
Yeah, why?
No, I don't know.
It's odd.
I don't.
It's odd because it's just Narja's opinion. These aren't facts, Narja's.
Like an imperial model of like Iranians that require certain different groups and ethnicities to survive, and they are appalled at the notion that a Kurd should think of himself as a Kurd.
As a separate.
No. Understand. His Kurdish identity is a threat to Iranian identity. I'm saying that's how you're saying that's the ethic.
Yeah.
They look at a Kurd saying, "Hi, I'm a Kurd." They say, "Fuck you. You're from Iran."
The Kurd says that. I'm not a Kurd. I'm Iranian.
The Iranian says that.
Iran doesn't say that. But
the Kurd from Iran.
Kurd from Iran.
Right? What I'm trying to explain is you're not against Kurds wherever they are. You're against Kurds being Kurds in Iran.
I am not. The Kurds are against Kurds being Kurds in Iran.
Yeah, okay. All that is Iran. You're literally like, oh, the gay people of Iran don't want to be gay. Like, you're talking about brainwashing.
Really? But it's bad.
Yes. And it's imperial brainwashing. You're like you're preaching it as virtue when really you're talking about disregarding other people's forms of communities.
The Kurd finds it obnoxious to be called a Kurd.
A Kurd can find it obnoxious because it implies that he's not loyal to Iran. There's a lot of history with all of the reasons there. I'm just saying, disregarding the cultural, ethnic, or tribal identities of other cultures is a tool of empire.
Who is disregarding that?
You!
No, it's not me. It's not me. I'm saying like.
Right, I'm saying it's Iran. You just like stand in for as a representative of the machine. I'm saying you're being a tool of imperial.
I'm observing it.
Has anyone seen that show, Death?
I am observing. That's simply observing my people behave, which is strange to me because I'm not exposed to the. Oh. It could be brainwashed.
It wants to disavow identity that doesn't benefit the state.
Who's doing this?
Anyone that denies tribal existences.
Doesn't deny, doesn't want to be separated.
They oppose them. You're saying they oppose them, and they have opposed them historically. It makes sense. They can't have a tribal identity and still be Iranians.
They can.
Messes with the machine. Then the Iranian consciousness would have to open up to allow for Kurds being fully, completely Kurds and Iranians, which is a new notion. Which, Americans can work it out, but who knows if the Persians can? Because you're saying, like, there's just hatred or disdain towards the tribes.
Would cause it's some sort of innate immediate reaction to no, don't separate us. We are all one, and that could completely be brainwashing.
I guess there's no getting away from tribe. The thing that you have to do, that we have to do as humanity, is move away from like us and them, like the other, the in and out group, to like us and neighbor. Like religion understands this. You have to use the other not as another, but as
Us, but us not.
Because of course there's a separation between other nation, Arab and Persian, there's definitely, you see a clear-cut separation there. Like,
Yes.
no Persian would like to be
Nations are down the line. Tribes are smaller than nations.
Yeah, I think we've overcome tribe. We have clung on to nation.
That's like Marxist brainwash. They convince you to go kill people.
Probably, yeah. Like you actually, right? Your idea.
And even in the Quran, God is explicit that he turned us into tribes, right? Tribes and peoples.
Because Arabs existed in tribes, please keep to the historicity of the Quran.
Be more accurate. Humans.
Yeah, all you need to do is read Muhammad's Charter of Medina to see the breakdown of tribes that Muhammad was talking about in 660. There were Jewish tribes that he forced into compulsion.
That's right.
Oh my god.
You will join us in battle and you will pay for it, or we will kill you, is what he told those Jews. It's called the Mafia. Have you heard of the Mafia? The 5 families? They got charters, just like Islam. Hello?
I'm part of the Muslim mafia. The Ismaili mafia.
You're a Muslim Jedi warrior?
Real assassins. The Bohemian people are the real assassins.
I'm on my way. This time I'll use my legs.
They also smoked a lot of hashish. Obviously, that's how they got the
Explains a lot. Right?
Those wobbly assassins.
It was cool.
But instead of using sword, I'll use my lightsaber.
So you got a lightsaber? That's cool.
No, lightsaber.
Why saber?
Because it's patience.
You know how the Jedis forge their lightsabers? They read the Tanya and they focus on the Ein Sof and they put the light into a saber.
So
What do you think to rise above tribe would be to take nationalism? And to rise above nationalism would be to like.
no, I think that tribes make up nations. Like I would say that the Jews are a nation made up of the 12 tribes that they had. But I think that tribes exist.
This community.
Yeah. But I'm saying, meaning understood historically, they're a nation that lost its country and continued its national identity together. And I'm saying the national identity that formed after they had a solid tribal identity when they established a king, and that creates like more of a national thing after a few generations of sticking together, right? So I'm just saying disregarding tribal identity. It's far more biblical Jewish propaganda than Zionist propaganda. But all I'm saying is disregarding tribal identity is going to disregard like the cornerstones of nations. Like that's what forms communities.
I don't think like an Orthodox Jew would agree to that, but
I am an Orthodox Jew.
like what do you call it?
Like a real Orthodox Jew, he's
Breathing Orthodox Jew.
Technology, is the Sabbath kicking in right now, or is the predator?
No, the Sabbath ended when the sun set and the stars came out.
So
Do you have any other questions about Jewish law for an Orthodox Jew?
You didn't use technology on the Sabbath.
The Sabbath ended.
These horrible trends.
But you didn't use it technology.
That's correct.
Wait, so what rabbi do you follow? Like the Lubavitch guys or like the?
No, I'm not from Sabbath.
So you're not Orthodox.
I am.
But like you're like a nationalist Orthodox, so like you're like the lower rung.
Nope, I'm an Orthodox Jew.
Wait, Mixed, is Chabad just downstream from you? And are you a superior Jew to Chabad or no?
I am grateful for Chabad providing kosher food in far-flung corners of the earth, but I have strong qualms with their ideology and approach.
Really? What is it? What is it that is so off-putting?
Animism in there.
What?
That makes sense.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Teacher was the Messiah, and when he died, some of them still believe he's coming back.
Rabbanu Shalom, it was a bad joke. People didn't understand. It was just a pun.
Are you Orthodox?
No, I'm not Satmar.
What are you?
Ashkenazi.
He wants you to be.
But he's Mixed, you are from. Are you in an Ashkenazi like kingdom? Like, do you have like your? Isn't it because there's Ashkenazi kingdoms, right?
Why did he leave?
Yeah.
No, I have a kingdom. No, if you were to characterize me in like Jewish speak, I'd be modern Orthodox. But yeah, Orthodox Jew.
Mm.
Why did he always leave?
Great.
He left.
He couldn't get his dopamine anymore. Too many people were talking over him.
Oh, that was so good. I hate Tribe.
Which tribe do you hate?
Georgia. No, I hate the Tribe.
Navajo,
Right.
Cherokee.
And I hate the idea of
Why? Why do you hate Tribe? Dude, do you hate unions? Do you hate unions, Narcissus? Are you anti-union?
Solidarity forever.
Oh God! Did you march on May Day? You did, didn't you?
Solidarity forever, 'cause the union makes us strong.
Did you march on May Day, Zabu?
I thought you were against unions.
It depends on the purpose. Yeah.
So you're against gender as a union, but you're in favor of a pragmatic socialist. What's a pragmatic socialist?
The recognition that we live in a mixed economy and people have different views on things and we have to coexist.
Wait, Zabu, before you go any further, Zabu, isn't the problem just attorneys at the end of the day? Aren't they the ones that fuck up reality?
William Conqueror thought when he said first kill all the lawyers.
I think the real estate agents are the real problem. Why? Because they oversell a house and they create ethnic enclaves and they oversell people to only live with Chinese people. Redlining, you name.
No, as a hardcore capitalist, I don't know what to say.
You can, but you're a hardcore capitalist. But what is your community like? How strong is your community right now?
You think the problem is the real estate agents? That they're all like separating everybody in some kind of a nefarious way?
And also overselling pricing and allowing that to occur. And
why would that be their problem? The high prices of homes. Why are you like targeting the real estate agents?
I think they're part of the problem. Why? Because
they're like the cause. Like if we were to take out the real estate agents, the world would be a happy, cheery place.
That sounds like whose language that's your language. Take out.
I don't know what she's saying. Like, let's get rid of these real estate agents.
That's not what I'm saying. Only Jews speak that way.
Yeah. Only Jews speak that way. Take out, get rid of.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. Only Jews speak English.
Hurt people. It's evident.
Hurt people hurt.
See, that's actually a logical fallacy, and I hear anti-Semites say that all the time. It's totally logical to think that people in concentration camps who were abused and murdered become abusive and murdered because they were conditioned. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
People wish.
Look who's back.
Get out of Victor. Let me in my van yet again.
I don't like talking this way. This is not the way I speak, and I really.
You don't like saying hurt people.
Yeah, like some 105-year-old concentration camp survivor is out there abusing people.
Yeah. She's one this person. I wonder why she thought the real estate agents are involved.
I looked up the William the Conqueror thing. The William the Conqueror thing. He instituted what was it, the Normans? But anyways, he instituted traveling judges. Yeah.
Taxes. And the way he changed the legal system. Well, Shakespeare made a joke about it. I don't think he actually did say kill all the lawyers, but Shakespeare's play did. And the point was to undo the English common law system and establish the Norman rule. You're saying, like, if you think lawyers are the problem, like, okay, that's just some tyrannical overlord that's going to give you a new legal system.
Why would it be the lawyers though?
Lawyers are the ones that actually control the law.
You think so?
They do. It's the same principle as with the Torah law. You can't actually govern by writing. In the end, it's people that actually read what's being written and apply it and have like customs and decorum and interact with each other. So that's the lawyers.
Yeah, I agree. The agent demonstrates whatever it is. Without the agent, there is nothing.
Well, the agent is the one that maintains all of the normalcy of the machine, right? He's the guy that shows up and knows what's going on and like files the right paper, so that you're not like fumbling around, and we don't just help the people that navigate the law more often.
Mixed we have what's called the Safety Act in Chicago, where they are releasing murderers on ankle monitors, and they go out and they commit murder again consistently. These recidivists just keep going. So we had like a conference of like concerned citizens and Republicans, and I said, well, why can't we contact the federal attorney general or the federal attorney and push this to the Supreme Court and get a constitutionality ruling on it because of the Fourth Amendment, against basically they're violating everybody else's Fourth Amendment by releasing murderers back into public. So sure enough, my idea is working. And now there's like a big movement, and it's all in the news, and everybody's talking about it. And my infographics and AI work, it's working.
That's great, dude. Exciting. Making the world a better place.
Make it a better place for you and for me and
cynicism I see nowadays.
it's horrific. You look depressed.
It's ungrateful and disrespectful.
But in what are you talking about? Like in which area are you experiencing cynicism?
Politics.
Let me go watch the news today.
You guys think that it's going to be done by end of June?
The war? Apparently, the Strait of Hormuz closing is like having a big, the economy in Iran is just like completely imploding. And, they have to make mud cakes now just to eat.
They don't care about that.
I'm on a variable mortgage and this affects me, so I'm trying to figure out if I want to stay or I want to close.
What do you mean? The war impacts your variable mortgage?
Sure. Inflation.
Oh, I see. Well, you're gonna have to make your bones and make your choices. But inflation's only going up. It's not stopping. And the spending is continuing and it's out of control. Actually, I did the calculations today. In Chicago, every taxpayer owes 50,000 to the city. At the federal level, it's almost 750,000. So technically, every American taxpayer is in the hole for $1 million to the government.
That year, I pay my fucking taxes. Probably give the government.
No, they're borrowing and spending 5,000 a year on your behalf without your say so. So it's total taxation without representation, and we all know that taxation is theft.
I don't know how bad it is in the States, but I'm surprised people are not revolting on the tax spending.
We are $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the United States.
The whole Doge department.
Oh yeah, I thought it was for
It's Medicare, Medicaid.
People look at the whole military complex. These guys are spending like 10 grand on a bolt that goes into a tank or whatever. You know, it's like, why 10 grand for this bolt? You could get the same one in China for $500.
Look at the link I just put in the chat. That was the numbers I did. So I used this AI software that Meta has called Matu, and I wrote, the prompt was give me a roadmap and a plan to save Chicago using conservative principles to defeat the left liberal wokeists. So then I took that 8-page PDF and then I compressed it in Grok and I said, give me 10 extracts and create a patriotic political infographic. And that's what came out.
Dude, what is Trump doing? Is he going mad?
Kidding me? He's saving America. Like closing the border was a bad idea, Narjas, instead of letting millions of people just flow through with, no accountability.
Good idea, man. Trump.
No, the Democrats.
Trump was such a bad idea. The Democrats should have taken opposing him seriously. Yeah.
They're weak because their issues are weak. When Kamala is giggling and saying we want to provide transgender surgeries to prisoners, if you look at Trump's Instagram or YouTube, the last content that he has on there is the most controversial Kamala takes, and it's like, why change a good thing? What was that? She doesn't know shit. She's a fucking woke liberal leftist schmuck. She's not new. She's been sucking political dick for years, and she's just so woke. She's woke. None of these politicians talk about tax reform. They're concerned about climate change. They don't care about your tax rates. They don't talk about it.
Always to actually pay attention to the books.
Just as long as the environment gets better and it comes out of your pocket, what the fuck do you think she cares? Hello? You there, John Kitover?
Yeah, we have a Republican candidate running for governor, and he's like, and he has a Southern hillbilly accent. He goes, I'm gonna suspend the gas tax for 2 months. I'm like, suspended for 2 months, motherfucker! Declare you're nullifying it. What? How the fuck do you expect to win by giving these little, 2-month pauses? It's like we need a total overhaul of the entire fucking system.
John, when you use the bathroom, do you like hover your ass cheeks over your toilet bowl and like spread your cheeks apart, just let the chips fall out?
No, I drop my deuces, generally I always have a cell phone in my hand and baby wipes prepared for the cleanup. Many people on Clubhouse don't actually use baby wipes, and it turns out that many people that you're talking to on this app actually have shit all over the crack of their ass because they don't know how to take care of themselves. Do you use baby wipes, Regal? Do you use dental floss? Do you actually floss your teeth, Regal?
Floss my teeth, but I actually don't use like fucking baby wipes up my asshole because that shit's kind of gay.
So when you wipe and you see shit on the paper on the toilet paper, that's confirmation you still have shit on your ass. You know that, right?
I don't shit all over myself, though. Like maybe you do.
Got it. We shit differently.
Still, like, you actually, it should just come right out. It shouldn't even leave like a residue.
It's true. If you put Vaseline on your booty hole, very easy cleanup.
Do you up your bum bum? I mean, I got news for you, man. You need a little bit more fiber or something.
Yeah. Do you use a water pick? Do you use a tongue scraper, Regal?
No, I don't use any of that stuff. I usually wash really well in the shower too, man.
How bad does your breath smell right now?
Smells wonderful.
Because I use a tongue scraper every night, and it's like a colony that's living on your tongue. And if you don't use a tongue scraper, you have no idea what's living on your tongue. Cheese and chunks like mozzarella, cakes of.
That's yeah, dude. So what's up with your dookie problem? Do you play with your dookie in the toilet or something?
What's that?
Is that like something you're using your imagination to think about? It's interesting.
Or break it in half and shit, and like inspect your shit and stuff.
This is an interesting projection. I've never heard one like this before.
I mean, you're kind of projecting it onto me. Like you're giving me all this imagination and like creativity around like bathroom formalities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like only when like you come over to somebody's house, like is it a Protocol 5 or something? Like John Kitover's about to shit in our toilet. And have the fucking dude wipes on the side, just for John fucking Kitover. He likes his bum to smell fucking fresh when he's not taking.
So I assume you will. I assume you won't be going out tonight to actually meet people.
Go out every so often. What happened, man? You don't want to play anymore? You all out of gas now? You gassed out?
No, I'm just questioning my own retardation on why I'm talking to you on a Saturday night at 10:30 p.m. when I'm about to head out. Have a good night.
Have a good night, too. Like, do you do the same thing in the bathroom with your cell phones? Do you like put them around you and around your toilet bowl, and then like pop a squat or something?
Yeah. All the time.
Like, still in there, like right next to your food wipes.
Yeah.
Rose petals on the toilet bowl water. Hello? John, you there? Hello? So, Nargis, do you smoke the devil's lettuce?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? Oh,
Go on. Go on.
what BM doing here? Like not going like you're an idiot. Something wrong with him today. He doesn't seem animated today.
What is wrong with you guys?
Yeah, like you guys are acting like somebody in your stereo.
What's with you guys?
So wait,
You like
Regal, what's the other app that you were using that people were telling me that you were using and how obnoxious you were on that other app? Which one was it? Was it Discord or Radio FM or whatever the fuck it was? Oh, Stereo. Mixed, do you know Regal from Stereo?
We hear from Stereo.
Mixed, you were on Stereo, right?
Yeah, those guys were they were a trip.
Hey, look what Ali wrote. Calling other people idiots while being the dumbest on Clubhouse, the whole team.
You pee here?
Yeah, but I'm a layman now. I don't know anything.
Well, every time I read a good book, I realize I'm very retarded and very stupid. And, it's terrifying when you read a good book and you're like, uh-oh, I'm stupid.
How many books do you read in a week?
You read a good book, you're like, uh-oh, I'm stupid.
Hello, you there? Hello?
Mixed, have you ever read Ayn Rand, Virtue of Selfishness?
Oh, but I got a feeling I'm gonna hear some of it in about a minute.
I'll read you a little bit if you want to hear it.
Years later. You're really, really too late.
I just like the fact that you can center yourself and position yourself on one book and force people to basically debate you on it as if there's no other books. And Ayn Rand is that person where you can use her to essentially quash all other people's concepts. And right in the first chapter, she's talking about concept formation and how complicated it is. And it's a very interesting book. I mean, she reframes and educates you on the situation. But that's what I'm saying. It's Ayn Rand herself, like we said, people here want to masturbate to Ayn Rand. It's like a joke unto itself. But it's so smart.
She's fantastic. I got Institute in the US. It was the first place I went to visit when I first came here.
Really?
Yeah, because she truly changed my life in so many ways. And I can say very less about this. I can pinpoint a very few people I've just read who made that change for me.
Well, the book is very.
It was just so good.
Well,
Yeah.
the book Virtue of Selfishness is very important in terms of debating liberals who force project all their bad ideas on you all the time. And then
Took all the time without even working on the individual, right?
Mixed is actually an Ayn Randian because I asked him, if you were to teach a course on morals, ethics, and virtues, how would you do it? And he was like, oh, well, the first thing I would do is establish our position. I think something to that extent you said. And I was like, well, why don't you just give a book club? Why don't you just give a syllabus of books and then discuss the books? That was, and Mixed, that's not how you would teach. But when you read Objectivism by Ayn Rand, it goes into great depth about the complexity and the scale of morals and ethics. I'm only in 20 pages into it, but it's good. It's a very good book so far.
Her next work after this, my follow-up was We the Living that I read, which I think starts off with the individual, but We the Living sort of starts to cater to the collective systems of government. Even her capitalism is like what we see in America as the bastardized version of what she proposed. She's truly the mother of true capitalism. This is why I'll always stay loyal to hardcore capitalistic system. I think this is so merit based, so good.
Well, if we discuss economic philosophy, which is really the theory of how to run a business profitably or how to scale it profitably, etc., the first question, if you ask a young, pretty Jewish girl, if you had three magic wishes, what would you wish for? The first answer I have found by surveying pretty young Jewish girls is wealth redistribution. That's the first thing that comes to a unitarian or like an equitable mind is we need equal resources or more distribution to get better outcomes because it's unfair. And if you read Ayn Rand or you just believe in basic economic philosophy of like how to run a business, that type of attitude to me shows a lack of intelligence, awareness, experience, and just like they're dogmatic to, yeah, to this sick philosophy of essentially not achieving anything and just stealing from other people to give to people. So life is like a game. So it's basically a video game, and this is why I criticize um like I would never join Chabad, but I would participate in what they're doing, but I would never actually like become a consistent member or user of their organization or service because I don't want to live somebody else's video game reality. And I just can't understand why people don't see that it's your choice to how you want to LARP and project into the world. But to submit to somebody else's LARP to me is like, you know, you're not being creative enough. That's just my opinion.
That's with the bad discourse all over. Like one of them says, John Galt, the character in Atlas Shrugged. So this is the invisible character, the ideal man sort of thing of Ayn Rand. So throughout the book, you'll see this question like pop up: Who is John Galt? As though like that is the trigger reaction for um, what would Jesus do, kind of a thing, as a rational mind, right? As an individual who will not submit. So she says like, I will die for you, but I will never live for the sake of you. And I think that that should be like the core of all human conscience. To never live for the sake of another. Not in a maternal or a altruistic sense, but in a like true sense of, I don't know, being true to this stuff.
See, liberals on social media, they put out so much content, it's unbelievable. But what, in my opinion, they're doing filibuster hypnosis, where they will talk about anything. Like today was another Earth Day and a this day and a Filipino Day. Like every day there's a new day to celebrate in the woke calendar. But to me, that's all just filibuster hypnosis. They're not discussing about tax reform and the insanity of taxation in life. Like every movement is basically taxed in our reality. So it's like I just call it I think it's a proprietary term, filibuster hypnosis. So Regal, what was the last good book you read? Was it just the Bible? I mean, do you venture out? Do you read any science fiction? Do you read anything else? I mean, have you been reading your whole life? Or are you just semi-retarded?
I'm so retarded.
I mean, if you study Kabbalah, there's 10 Sephiroth, which is basically 10 proper nouns. And even Ayn Rand is going into the differentiation with proper nouns. And Ayn Rand is so interesting. But I also like Ayn Rand because I think she's very annoying. Meaning, like, people find her super annoying who aren't, like enthusiastic about her writings. So she's that perfect catalyst to basically shut people down and say, until we talk about Ayn Rand, I don't think we can talk about your complaint.
The viewed authors have been like obsolete as a term because aren't fine with her. And as bad as it sounds, I'm sorry, like she's so in line with reality. Altruism is Mixed and I have had this discussion before. And he's a big like advocate of altruism, I think.
The unselfish concern for the welfare of others characterized.
That's all. Sam was there too.
Why? What are your thoughts on altruism?
That's
What do you believe mine are?
It's an obsolete word. You used it for like your immediate. Was it you or Caleb? My gosh, it was you, wasn't it? Who said like altruistic practice is towards like the immediate community, that which is around you. And I stood my ground, and Sam too was with you because he wanted those malaria nets. Do you remember? He's talking about how he wants to send malaria nets to like places.
Yeah, his effective altruism shtick.
So his was that. Yours was no. It's your immediate environment that sort of would see the expression of your altruistic.
Yeah, I'd say that you should be focusing on your immediate environment more so than people on a far-flung side of the world.
Yeah, and I stood my ground, but there is no such thing as altruism.
Right, I don't see how that's necessarily journeying to it, but what is altruism have to do with anything?
Because everything is motivated by the self.
Why can't that be altruistic?
That is not the whole definition of altruism.
Well, like, for example, like, let's take a good example. On a plane, they have that warning when the air thing comes down, the oxygen, that the adult should apply it to their own face before applying it to the child, because the child can't apply it to the adult's face, and if the adult applies it to the child but loses oxygen, the adult will never get the oxygen, right? So you would think he'd act that way, but instead we have to think first and put on the mask. That's altruistic. He's taking care of himself in order to help the kid.
That's the virtue of selfishness.
You could say that too. Listen, I'm not, you're the one positing there's no such thing as altruism. I would say that selfishness is part of altruism, but go ahead. What do you have against altruism and why?
It's not what I have. It's just doesn't align with reality. So far as the I lives, the I takes care of the I. Now, unless it goes on the sacrificial crucifixion, on the crucifix.
That's the only time the I gets destroyed.
That is the only time there is no I.
That's not
because it has chosen. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's not.
It wasn't done, and there'd be no I.
That's the thing. I'll still defend myself.
Yeah, but you'd be dead.
You see, before that, I would defend myself.
Yeah, and after that, you'd be dead. You're like just sort of ignoring. No, what I'm saying is, you're saying the only thing that can ever stop you. Like, no, the entire universe is against you. Well, what are you talking about? Like, you're constantly engaged in self-interest because if you stopped breathing or eating or sleeping, you'd die.
That's exactly my point.
Your point is therefore you're selfish.
Therefore, there's virtue with that. Because
no, Narjas, you got Narjas, you got it backwards. Narjas, altruism is sacrificing the self for others, but Ayn Rand's virtue of selfishness is a clickbait title. She did that intentionally.
selfishness is right.
No.
Talking about self-awareness, right? In which, like, this awareness is necessary for the rational mind, without which the rational mind cannot make a decision, cannot walk.
You repeat yourself a lot. Let's just go back to the word altruism. Look at the word altruism. Ism. Yeah, altruism. It's a complicated word. I don't think people can even understand it. I just read the definition a couple times and I'm still like very confused about the word. Well, at a sacrifice to self for the benefit of others, but doing it maybe unconsciously. But anyways, I'm saying if you look at the word all true, ism, the belief that all is true, is a little bit like saying Allah is God. All is God. So this is the thing about Ayn Rand where I think she is the secret to annoying people. Where I was recently rated on an index of being one of the most annoying people on the planet. And I think Ayn Rand is the pinnacle of annoyingness, meaning that you can use her to shut everything down and say, well, none of this, again, I said it before, none of this can be discussed until we bring up Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. or altruism. And
Yeah.
but see what I'm saying is, well,
Demanding self-sacrifice, arguing that it forces individuals to exist for the sake of others and negates personal rights. As a defender of the rational self-interest, we viewed altruism
Reading to us, right?
as a moral foundation of collectivism, asserting that voluntary benevolence is virtuous, right? But mandatory self-abnegation is immoral. I completely agree.
yeah, I mean that's widely known. I mean Confucius, Alan Watts, like we know what real virtue is. It's not virtue or in anyways. It's in the Tao Te Ching. It's just uh duality, non-duality, binary, pairing of anyways, we don't have to go on. We can get back to the room title, Islamophobia. Do you think Ayn Rand was Islamophobic?
Serves as a collective where one sacrifices one's own rational mind and self-interest. Yeah, it would be right to have phobia too. In that sense, it is justified.
So I guess,
Because
Nargis, if I understand you correctly, you reject the idea of like pure altruism, meaning devoid of selfish interest.
yeah,
Okay, that's like not what
Yeah, that's it.
altruism needs most of the time.
right, but that is what is portrayed usually, like in the Sacrifice of Christ, for example, and things like that. Like this is you have to be unearthly to do such a thing, right? But if you do such a thing, or for the sake of another, then you have wronged the self. And this is what she stands by throughout. And how many times in our lives do we do things like that?
I mean, that sounds like you're arguing with a straw man.
Like, how else would you define it? If it's, I mean,
How would I define altruism? I wouldn't focus on the selflessness because that's kind of irrelevant. It's mostly irrelevant to what altruism is. It doesn't matter whether you have personal motivations or personal benefit. That's a lower level debate to have about like pure altruism. Altruism itself simply means helping others.
That's called.
And like to be opposed from that is like a weird, perverse thing for you to be proud of.
Helpfulness is not altruism. There's a reason why the word is defined in a particular way. Like you're doing this as a semantic war, Mixed. Like maybe you like the word, and I'm saying to drop it would be true to the rational mind.
I'm saying, what aspect of morality are you disregarding when you focus on the selfish benefit that it provides? Because there's more to it than just what it provides to you selfishly.
Self-denial.
What?
Self-destruction. Like self-denial.
What is self-denial and self-destruction?
Self-denial leads to self-destruction.
Okay.
Like the denying.
Neither of those things. Who's suggesting either?
That would be altruism.
No, this is what I'm saying. The definition of
And does altruism equate with self-denial?
It's definitionally. I mean,
There's nothing in the definition that requires that altruism be engaged in any self-denial.
you're just throwing out too many variables. It's just becoming incomprehensible.
Doing so, helping them in some way. That's an altruistic thing. So my question is, what is your like objection? Where do you feel yourself like under attack with someone pronouncing we should all help others?
That's not what she's objecting to.
Definitely, Ayn Rand felt under attack. Like that was used to enslave her and everyone she knew.
I mean, it can be defined as a straw man, right?
Yeah.
Mixed.
People and say you must care for your neighbor or I will destroy you. You know.
See, Mixed, there's a lot of ways to look at Ayn Rand, but one of the lenses that I don't think people look at Ayn Rand is the sexual lens. Like, what was her love life like? Because no, but even in that's what I'm saying. I know. I think I've heard something about it, but see, the sex life of human beings and animals and their philosophy and all this stuff, it seems to be intertwined because even Hugh Hefner and his
that much.
The section philosophy is.
well, anyways, I'm just saying humans, but all cult leaders one of the key tenets in many of these cults, which are just sex cults. They believe that sex is the magic or where you can communicate with God. And so a lot of these cults use sex. Yeah, gurus, basically, the guru system.
And there's certain kind of like people looking for it, and then they find each other, and then they, you know.
But see
maybe
that,
probably like not being married or getting off and off.
well, like in Uncle Steve's room today, he's talking about teenager dating. I think it's pedophilic to come. I think, anyways. I'm just saying that.
Maybe he's studying.
Well, what my point is, like, our Western communication, and we're just so frigid with sex. But when it comes to murder and war, we accept that. I've read this in a book that it's strange that we accept war literature versus sex literature. It's like, okay, well, we know which one is worse, the murdering instead of the orgasming.
But we all have to engage in sex in some capacity because we have genders.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that for reproductive purposes and enjoyment and pleasure and art, there's just
right. It's the same reason everyone wears clothes.
Right.
Around everyone's nakedness.
Right. Right. But
sex is a part of that embarrassment. So, like, yeah, people would prefer to see violent, explicit murders and gruesome, evil deeds, rather than see like consensual sex, right? That's still offensive and naked revealing.
well, the founder of OnlyFans is dead, and he was worth, $10 billion. He's dead.
The founder of OnlyFans is dead is equivalent to the Who is John Galt. That's the Who is John Galt for our generation. The founder of OnlyFans is dead. He died so young.
I am John Galt.
Ayn Rand would have loved his capitalistic sex empire. She would have been so proud.
For demeaning my hero.
Now they have each other in the great bank in the sky.
You fuck off! How dare you?
So I haven't read Atlas Shrugged, but it's kind of weird because in this book, The Virtue of Selfishness, she's referring to her novel.
She's a good writer, good philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say great. Like, her literature is okay. It's too long. Russians love it.
The fact that
program.
she wanted creative control, and then she wanted to.
I understand all the media.
In the movie,
a single frame of
each other shot a single frame, exactly.
Because everyone hated it. They burned the reel and
exactly. And she never got a fucking.
I love big epic Hollywood failures because they're so well documented, and there's pictures and there's big cartoon characters. It's hilarious.
Bad move, man. Like, how could she reject that?
She's like the only one. You live there. You know that's like every stupid passion project from some guy that thinks, especially in the early days. Like at this point, Hollywood's gained some rep. They've got their nepo babies. Like, people know not to like step out of their wheelhouse. But back in the day, oh my God, any idiot with some cat could just throw it into the studio and make garbage, absolute trash.
Same with the designer industry. Like,
it's harder now because the margins are tighter.
Yeah, true.
And they've got, they've got a better distribution channel to get people aware of the good movies instead of the shitty ones. There's still shitty movies.
You know what AI proves to us? Like, even though these movies are great and there's a huge maybe, but
we have no animals to talk to. We might finally have someone with a unique perspective.
no, I'm talking about in terms of the content that we have consumed our whole lives, that so much of it is just forced on us, especially music and movies, etc. But when you have your own creative capability and control, it's so liberating. it feels like something new in terms of like experience because my whole life I mean I much still watch Terminator 2 and Back to the Future 100 times. And yeah, I think yeah. So basically, the mind control is time control, and the time control is now being decompressed. But they shut down Sora, like Sam Altman shut down Sora, and I gotta say, I declared that I am the reason why Sora is shut down because they saw the political catastrophe that can be created by creating perfect mirror picture images of somebody creating political content. Like I can literally create videos of high quality political content like on a bridge talking about the debt but do it in my underpants in my mom's basement with my Miller High Life.
Kind of political enemy sound like an absolute jackass to the entire world.
Not really. There were restrictions like I couldn't render images of my enemies or people that I wanted to target. It just doesn't work that way. You have to cast yourself, and then if you try to use other people in your script, it'll say we cannot create this. But what I'm saying is, just from my perspective of creating the content,
Of you asking for it, will they give you?
no, they have to. The app is shut down, but the way it worked is they had to cast themselves, and then you can cast them if they open themselves up to be casted by everyone in the public settings.
Technological barriers that prevent me from making Mamdani say I'm going to round up the Jews and kick them out of Manhattan.
You can try. They've got safety. They have safety and security from you rendering that type of video from hate speech, abusive. So
Limiting my ability to do it. That's the only thing stopping it.
not artificially, but programmatically.
Nothing actually stops you from just like I don't know targeting like just the voters of a particular place with some outlandish claim. You seed it up with AI. You can like you're saying, do it from your basement in your underwear.
Yes, it is. It's the most advanced propaganda tool ever created.
It's ridiculous that we pretend there's any.
Yeah. The deep fakes, I was reading an article today in New York Times. They were saying that the deep fakes are so bad that these fake IDs, birth certificates, every major important document in your life can now be deep fake to a very, very high degree. Even currency, like they're even counterfeiters are using AI to like optimize their currency, manufacturing. The deep fake problem is deep and it's so hard to detect. But the part with the videos and the mind control and the content, uh I'm just saying, like from my little perspective versus like a powerhouse politician, it gave the mom and pop the ability to market themselves at scale to a very high quality of production, which would cost a campaign millions. And they shut it down because like I was putting out, an incredible amount of videos. And you could also tag Sam Altman, and so I was like mocking him. But I really do think that John Kitover is responsible for shutting down Sora.
Could be the first time he scared the crazies in Silicon Valley.
I can't believe that.
I'm actually just being facetious and clipping it to like put out a fake rumor that I shut down Sora. But yeah, Sam Altman he's a weird person. I mean, he's married to a man. His sister accused him of raping her. Supposedly, he executed or hired somebody to kill a software developer that worked for him. Yeah, he's a very strange person. And what's amazing too,
Hiring a man to kill an opponent. All right, fine. He's a ruthless guy.
it was some type of AI soft. But see, it's all in with these love affairs, these love triangles, all this shit. Like, exactly. It's not just business. This is all emotions. When this was what police do deal with. Yeah, I knew a cop here in Chicago, and he told me he would have to go through the Instagram on their phones to figure out who the murderer was.
Right.
I think this room called Muslims and the Hebrew Israelites want to go to hell.
So do you think the art
It's called the 300 Club Conquest Enterprise.
You know Benjamin on this app, Mixad?
Here's a fatal flaw with Islamic and Christian reasoning.
Yeah, but
Satan.
you think so? Oh.
Yeah. Because both Christianity and Islam set up Satan as an opponent of God, distinct from the Jews that have him as a servant. And implicitly then, there is someone charged, empowered, and willing and able to corrupt humanity. That's his goal.
Yeah.
Which means that you should doubt your own faith story. It could just as easily be a narrative from Satan.
So, Islamic.
No, that's what I'm saying. Once you leave that door open, you leave the doubt. But I'm saying that's a doubt that Christianity and Islam fell prey to.
Nicola Bragina takes.
Like I said, he doesn't a flaw, but it's a doubt. You don't have to deal with it. And you probably will deal with it in whatever ways you prove yourself that you're not following Satan. But I, on my little Jewish hill, can wave my flag and say, haha, you guys are probably following Satan. Even you guys can't prove you're not.
Yes. Especially like the doubt.
That's what I mean. It's a fatal flaw. I sit on my little Jewish hill and I say, nah, you're probably following the devil.
So that's true. Like even with the dreams and things like that. So it's funny because like Megatron was bringing up like the verses for Abraham, like seeing that dream, right, of the sacrifice of Isaac or Ishmael. I don't know the reference. So he was like, it's a dream. How can like it's open to interpretation? I'm like, bro, like it's Abraham. If Abraham dreamed it, obviously one assumes quite naturally that he's in line with the divine will.
What dream? Which dream?
The sacrifice.
That wasn't a dream. He did that.
That's correct. He first saw it in a dream. It was a vision that, yeah.
No. That's like a take on it. That he had like a vision thing.
He had the vision, like a dream, like state. He saw it and God told him and stuff like that. So it came to him like that. That's how it's described. So then, like Megatron was saying, like, how is it like dreams that are whatever? How can a dream be true? I'm like, because the seer.
That's a fun kind of question.
Yeah, because the seer who's seeing the dream is a true prophet, right?
Yeah, no, dreams have prophetic value in the Bible.
Correct. Yeah, like Joseph.
What was it when Abraham had the covenant between the parts? I think there was like a deep sleep that came upon him at some point.
Right.
Like there are different times that it's in a dream. I don't think the one with Isaac, there's any reference to a dream. So again, I'm saying like the Muslim story, my dad. I'm saying like there are references to dreams and sleep states and prophetic visions. I'm just saying the story with Isaac. It doesn't seem there was any dream state.
Yeah, not in the other two scriptures, but seems to be existing in like the Islam, the Quran. But then again, you have Joseph that shares like a common denominator with dreams in all three like scriptures, right? Where he is the dreamer, he dreams of, I don't know, the 7 cows or this and that. And then, so dreams in of themselves, like you said, are prophetic sort of, messages that are given to the prophets through which like realities are revealed, etc. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that was a good argument Megatron was positing. He's like saying, well, Abraham did that in the biblical scripture, but for the way Abraham received it is flawed or something like that. It's open to interpretation. Is what Megatron was saying.
Narja is I want to ask Mixad. This is called the evening service. It's for the conclusion of the Sabbath. I was kind of surprised when I read this. It says, Unto David, blessed be the eternal my refuge, who instructeth my hands for the combat, my fingers for war. So that's the first sentence that you read after the conclusion of the Sabbath. And I like that refrain, I never knew that about Judaism, but it's right there. Very rousing to battle.
No, Dr. Vega. John, have you heard Dr. Z?
I don't know. But I have confirmed that Clubhouse is probably the biggest waste of time ever invented by a billionaire. You know, this app is just something else. I mean,
Absolutely terrible. What are we gonna do?
like Zed accuses me all the time. He's like, "You hate people. You're so anti this." I'm like, "I'm not. I like this app, but well, when I listen to people on this app, like, is the conclusion that it's a fallen society, or does everybody have a soul? And people are just on here having fun." So,
Human experience is truly a marvel.
well, I asked.
No, you're a crazy person. How many people have interacted with that kind of crazy in their life?
That's why I say I'm very hot. I'm a hap, a highly annoying person on the index, extremely annoying person on the scale. But
Knowing people now.
well, I find attorneys and judges to be some of the most annoying people I've ever met. And I know a very rich man who, when I asked him, should anyways, I asked Regal, does everybody have a soul? And Regal said, no, not everybody has a soul. And I said, well, is it because the sun? Well, that's Regal's response, because he called a Hebrew Israelite an N word, and I was like, that's not very Christian. Yeah, I was like, that's not Christian, right? You can't call a Hebrew Israelite an N word. Oh, it's okay to just say the N word, the most horrific word ever created in the human language.
Jacob or
Don't remember. Don't ever forget.
What was he talking about?
Jacob freaking took over his role. In fact, kidding all of us out. He was.
Are you talking about Joliet Jacob from Joliet Jacob from Chicago?
Horrific.
Yeah, he's very difficult to talk to sometimes. Yeah, he's another crazy one.
This guy's kicking everyone out of the room. They took over the room. Someone made one of them mod Daniel, made freaking Jacob mod. He called his buddies, all he was like hating on the Jews, hating on them. Saying they're fake. These people are the freaking Hitler, the wrongdoers, blah blah. And you are hating. And no one could say a thing. And then I had to go for the defense of your. I did. Go for the defense of your people. As much as I freaking teased you with the whole idea.
That must have been embarrassing for you, Nargis. You had to defend them.
No, it wasn't. I had to do it.
So wait, what? Let me ask you guys this: when you go out into the real world now and you talk to people, and some people actually want to have a lengthy, unsolicited conversation with you, are you actually more polite? No, I mean, I'm going to a bar in a few minutes here, and the last time I was there was a cute blonde girl that apparently wanted to have like a 20-minute conversation with me. I'm just trying to say that no, she wanted to tell me all about, like social equity justice stuff. But anyways, I'm just saying that this app gives you like a
Have response for the wokesters, but then check it.
You want to fucking work for the social equity justice?
Yeah, what to say? I agree.
no, I told her I listened to her. I just said, you know what I think? She's like, what do you think? I was like, you're a beautiful flower. I just said you're a beautiful flower. And I got up and I said, see you soon. But my point is, this app is like playing poker. If you want to get good at poker, you got to sit online and play all these stupid hands and get the statistics and then get your bluff right. But what I'm saying is, this app, because we've had so many conversations, it gives you like a plus in the real world because you're like, yeah, I'm not going to engage with a highly annoying person in the real world because I know what it's like to waste my time with highly annoying people in the clown house world.
There's always more to learn about humanity and talking to people.
But it's also like saying you are not you, you are your environment. And because you've been exposed to so many personalities and characters on this app, it gives you a a nicer blend of personality yourself, say in the real world, if you happen to have a conversation with a highly annoying person.
So, do you wear that hat to the bar, John? Is that the hat that you wear to the bar?
No, this one I wouldn't wear out. I have other hats that I wear out, but I do have a very cool cowboy hat that I bought recently.
You got looks like you can barely fit in that little tiny fucking hat.
That's an extra large hat too, I think. I really like hats, and as a bald man, a hat is very important to conceal what's underneath, which is a huge amount of flesh. Yeah, hats are fantastic.
Toby, intro.
When you're bald, it's so sensuous.
I'm not bald, but it helps keep my keeper from flying away in the wind. It's also nice to have a brim.
So nice to wear a Bud's vest on it.
You know what it is? It's like a burqa because it's nonverbal communication, and you're basically projecting prior to the conversation.
My eyes are rented around to watch how I walk. Oh, it's sunburned John. Listen.
What's going on with that bald scalp?
You wanna grease up that chrome dome for him?
Yeah, dude. You ever go to the bar and be like, "Hey, honey, you want to come home and like turtle wax my scalp?" You know, fucking trying that shit up, dude.
If I could meet a woman to groom me, I would be in love. A beautiful woman at that. I mean, people go to the barber as a bald man. I do all my grooming myself, but I'm just like, you see people wasting 50 years of their life in a barber chair. I'm like, oh, thank God I don't have to waste all that time. It's a lot of money to go to a barber your whole life. They like the experience, but what I'm telling you is I don't miss the experience.
Comb your asshole here too. Like, do you groom that shit though?
It's very difficult to groom the groins. My dad has often said, "I wish there was a place to go in and get your junk groomed. That would be nice." But I guess they have those European spa wax places.
No, my gay hairdresser gets a cold spot. He tells me all about it.
Yeah, if you wanna know where the good waxing places are, just ask your local woman.
My hairdresser's a gay man. He talks about it all the time to me.
Yeah. Gay men are in the category of your local woman.
When I went to get my ass, he loves to talk about it.
Do you know Barbie on this app? A trans. So yesterday she was saying that she was molested and raped as a child. And then she goes on to say, and when I was 13 and I started discovering that I was gay, and so I was putting out in the chat, I was like, is that when you were being raped? And Barbie went ballistic on me and threatened to kill me and cut my junk off. And everybody else immediately hated me for merely just writing back what Barbie was saying. And I reported all of them, and they all reported me. And I just got to say that if you're gay and you were raped as a child, it's probably like 100% correlation, right? It's not even like 1 to 2 standard deviations from the norm. It's like you became gay because you were raped by whoever raped you. Like how horrible and awful, but you know, it's just how unaware. Because, anyways, Barbie was saying she was so depressed, so miserable, and it's so hard to be accepted in her small town. But then she threatened to kill me and cut my dick off, so kind of lost all sympathy for Barbie. Anyways, Rabono Shalom.
Anything happened? I don't know.
That's a nice hat.
Thank you.
Not you. Dude, that's what you look like.
But I look like right after voting.
Damn, dude, you look like fucking shit. You look like fucking dick skin. You look like fucking dick skin, bro. What do you look fucking like rats of those rabbits that are albino in the fucking lab, dude?
I've often thought I look like a rat, like an actual human rat, you know, kind of like Splinter.
Seem to be laughing. I'm just kind of roasting you, dude. Don't take it seriously.
No, it's true. I've often looked at myself and said, do I look like a human rat? Like, because you know, Splinter was a huge rat in the sewer system with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Do you guess who produced Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I bet you'll never know who produced that movie.
Cheese in the photo. Like, what are you holding there in your hand in that picture?
It's my Sefer Avodot from Israel.
What the fuck is that, dude?
It's the greatest Jewish book ever written, and it's in metal. The casing is metal. It's unbelievable. Printed in Israel, 1960. The Siddur Avodot.
Remember, John? Did you buy these? My tree for $7 or something. Shopped on Amazon.
What?
The hand shop. Wife beater.
Yes, I did buy this wife beater on Amazon.
Yeah, I remember on that sale tree for something.
These are great. These are great shoes. I had a rabbi wrap tefillin on my arm the other day, and he looked at all the tattoos on my arm. I said, "I'm sorry, Rabbi. I never should have got these tattoos." He goes, "It's okay. What were you drinking?" There's 100% correlation between drinking and tattoos. Like, you're not going to get a tattoo unless you're having a drink. It's just a fact.
No, it's not.
How was that powwow that you had in that safe space, man? Did you have was that fun?
What was what?
Safe space.
Oh my God, Cat was one of the ones that made a death threat against me yesterday with Barbie. I reported you, Cat. You're a shameless woman. You're a big mouth and a very yeah. You're a terrible person, Cat. Horrible, awful. I just want to quote Acek and say you're an awful, horrible, terrible person. How dare you, Cat? How dare you?
I guess that's what we do things.
Is Megatron here?
Haven't heard him lately.
No, he passed out. He took some benzos. He's sleeping like a baby.
I heard it so.
7 days of taking meth every day. Can't go to work unless he's got his meth. Tonight is finally his night to drone out and zone out. Cora, welcome to the room. How are you, Cora?
Okay.
What's up, Cora?
Is that your cat, Cora? You have a Himalayan Persian? I used to have a Hemi Persian. They are such amazing cats.
Pretty short hair Persians. They crossbred them with Russian blues and I think British short hairs to get the short coated Persian. So.
Yeah, that's nice. You don't have to groom it. I used to have to. You came by to say hi to Megatron Cat?
Yeah,
Oh, that's so nice of you.
like 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you two do meth together? Oh, how'd you know him for 10 years? You don't happen to be his wife, do you? Because he's on here an awful lot. You might want to tell him to delete the app. I don't think going to work and working while using the app is actually the optimal way to use the app, but I don't know. What do I know about focused attention or concentration or awareness about what you're doing? Having never ending conversations all day long, 80 hours a week while you're working and living and breathing, raising children. I mean, oh, I'm not getting married and having kids because I just want to keep coming here to have fun every day.
Because you're a shareholder in this central bank.
How'd you know that?
Here comes the
the hat that you're wearing underneath your hat.
Mixed, what's your favorite Hebrew power words?
Tzedek, Tirdov.
What's the Dove?
Oh,
Did you study Jewish witchcraft?
Rodef is the word for someone chasing after to kill you.
You should be chasing
So Zadok. Is it so? Zadok is translated as hidden master.
It's rightness. Or
Right, man, dust man.
Static. What is there for truth? What's the Hebrew word for truth?
MS.
Huh? MS?
I know that's right. Dybbuk box is real. Like, you ever heard of a Dybbuk box?
Dybbuk's were like ghosts, poltergeists from like Eastern Europe. It's a Yiddish word.
I heard that they put them in boxes. And,
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff they did with Dybbuk's. That's where the Baal Shem Tov came from, the whole Hasidic movement. That guy was the Nicholas regime. They go to people's houses. It's just, or apply the good word. That's where he got his name, Baal Shem, the master of the name.
Yeah, that's who I'm related to. The Baal Shem Tov.
look these things up, and they go for up to like $500, $300.
Oh yeah, if you get them blessed and improve their value.
They're real.
No.
Like, if you open up one of these motherfuckers, like, now you got a haunted house.
I think those are like amulets and talismans, which are usually forbidden under Jewish law.
Oh, really?
Yep.
It's read this. This is the Baal Shem.
Say that they're being super Jewish, and they're not exactly. Big issue, but people like idolatry. They get paganistic. They get mystical if you leave them alone for a while. They can do it in any language and culture. And like the Hasidim, who like separated themselves from like developing Judaism, they lean a far more mystical than like the standard Madox guy. But that's my legal opinion that what they're doing is wrong.
Yeah, I'm
not saying mystical magic and then it's some other side stuff.
Order one on eBay and send it to your house.
I don't believe in that shit.
You get those red strings. They got the hand. Yeah.
That's a hand. Yeah.
You get like stuff from a specific Rav. Like you go up to a Rav and you say like, I want a special thing that'll give me parnassa and health and happiness or something. They'll give you a nice little.
My mom bought
piece of
some
paper.
stuff from a Jewish store in Iran and sent it to me, and I have it in my house.
All right. See, I view all this as like amulets in the categories of idolatry.
Oh, really?
Yep.
But they're just symbolism, right?
Yeah, symbols for like a magical, superstitious power or worship of God, one or the other. Right there's other prohibitions like magic. Magic is prohibited. Divination is prohibited. So, like, if you have an amulet or a token, some kind of a magic thing that isn't just like an existing Jewish object like tefillin, which looks very much like an amulet, right? They have a little scroll, they put it in a leather box, and they wrap it around their arm. Like, that's kind of amulet-y, but, like, that's commanded. So that's like the one Jewish amulet the Jews have. They don't have insights of new amulets with necklaces and rings and earrings and nose rings.
Rolled up.
Oh yeah, they use the tefillin. They have phylacteries.
It's on the amulet. It's on the arm.
Yeah, we put it on our arm and on our head.
Yeah, and I see it.
We do both. On the head, in the above the hairline, in between the eyes, and then on the bicep, sort of resting on the
bicep. Yeah, so that bicep resting on the heart, my grandmother used to always like. It's cultural. She was not religious. She was more like spiritualistic.
Well, that's a Jewish thing, at least.
Yeah.
The box with the Shema saying there's only one God written, and then resting on the heart.
Right.
That's the amulet. And the other more classic amulet is the mezuzah. Right, everyone sees those on the houses. That's like the Jewish amulet. They put it on the houses and the gates to their cities. And that includes that Shema. Again, that's just parchment saying, like, verses from the Torah saying Shema.
My mom just bought me some of those, and she's not even religious, but I think it's totally cultural in Iran. Probably like started from Cyrus.
Could be. I mean, the Jews were around then.
Yes, but much of the practices I think start from there, which, by the way, Islam completely denies, I think. But even like the religious in Iran continues to do the Jewish practices with the amulets, with the it sort of integrated itself within their kind of Islam.
Okay, yeah. So then they're Judaizing, to use a Christian term.
Look at what I put. Look at what I put in the chat. Look at what I put in the chat, which is the dreidel. Look at the 4 variables on a dreidel. There's everything, there's nothing, there's half, and then you have to put in. So
Yeah, total.
yeah. But anyways, I'm saying that 4 is like the magic letters of God, right? Yahweh. And so these are kind of like metaphors for Hashem, which is nothing and everything and half, where you got to put it in.
What's that for?
Again, it's an old German gambling game.
Oh my god, really?
Teetotum. Yeah, dreidel. That's the origin of the thing. But the shtick of it was that the Jews were like concealing their Torah worship, their Torah study, by quickly switching to gambling if any cops showed up. Right? Because maybe you need a good cover. Like, why are you hiding in a cave? A bunch of men hang out. Okay, if you're gambling, okay, that's usually done like far away, or whatever place spots. But Torah study, oof, then they'd get killed.
Yeah, but then like, do your children go to Torah studies?
Yeah.
Do they enjoy it?
Yeah, of course. School.
Oh, it's in the school?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good.
Because I went to a mega.
Do they ask you questions about it, or like they ask you like metaphysical questions?
Occasionally, not often.
Okay.
Maybe when they're older, they'll hit me with some philosophy bro questions.
I went to a Chabad yesterday for mega Shabbos, and it was like maybe 300 people there. And the rabbi's daughter, I saw her like reading a book and reading it in Hebrew. She was reading so quickly and just I was like, holy crap. It's like, look how fast she's reading. And she was mouthing it. Like it wasn't silent reading, but it was very impressive. I was like, man, these girls are all sitting there just throughout the night, even just constantly reading, that big blue book.
No, like when I shoot with my kids, so probably like all different. I think it's a bit early. All different.
How old is your kid?
She's 13. Read the Bible now.
Your religion?
What is my religion?
If you don't know, then I doubt your kid does.
Yeah. It's not a particular, right? It's like.
Yeah, she's gonna come to her own decision if you don't.
I sent her to logic and philosophy.
Probably just trick you into doing whatever the hell she decides is right.
Which is fine, right? But then I do send her to she's a very good kid. Very good.
Sure. Leave your religious future in the hands of a child. Why not?
Bro, that's the dogma. I see for me.
Marcia why don't you just do book? Why don't you just ask her to do book reviews? Like, give her a book,
John, good as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you keep, make her do a book review for you. If I had kids, I would make them do so much work for me, they would hate me. They'd be like, "Oh, good for you, Dad. I hate working for you. This sucks."
Really good writer. Really reads a lot. There was my collection of books that I have from like the only thing I've saved as a pseudo minimalist is my books. Signed some of them. My dad bought me some of them.
That's one of my favorite things is in a lot of the books that I own, in the dust jacket or the cover, or, close there too. There's always like a letter. Dear Marcy, I hope you enjoy this book and it helps you. And they're the nicest, like comments. It's a little bit like yearbooks. I also bought a bunch of yearbooks, and it's so nice seeing like the nice little. Society has changed so much. If you look at a yearbook from like the 40s, it's all white. Like all the classrooms are completely white. No diversity at all. Like America has changed radically. I mean, my junior high and high school was like 60% Asian, and so it's like, how the fuck did I mean? I know I would change, but it's like I don't think people really realize how much the demographic has actually changed in America. I probably could do an AI grok query to figure out just what the percentage changes are.
Oh man, like if you had 60% Asian growing up, do you think the number is reduced or what?
Yes. Geez, America was like 90% white, and now it's down to like 72, something like that.
Wow. Wow, that's good, bro.
You know what has been interesting is I have noticed that the like climate change activists and environmentalists have seemed to have disappeared from at least my algorithm, or except for like one recent thing, but for many years now the environmentalists seem to have disappeared.
What are you talking about? Which one? Well, the environmentalists, yeah, there's no news of them. There's no noise from them.
Well, the climate change stuff, global warming.
I didn't think so. It's like a normal thing now. It's not like you're some kind of radical anymore. You're not like protesting nuclear power plants or complaining about leaded gasoline or anything like that anymore.
I guess the data centers are their new complaint.
It's like I know a bunch of like my friends were quote eco terrorists. they did actions for Greenpeace and a few corporations that were doing things on the DL. I actually, that's yeah. If I got my FBI file, it'll probably show me hanging out with them. That's the main stuff. I've like had to pick them up from their van breaking down at like 4th of July Pass when they were coming back from Canada for chaining themselves to a ship and like all sorts of shit. Anyway, yeah, and I know a few of the people that were like car bombers, here in Oregon. And like literally the one dude I know ended up getting like a master's degree and works for the city of Portland now. Totally cool guy. Went to prison for bombing cars at a car dealership. It's great, but yeah, like I said, it's like they're all kind of like integrated into normal society. But yeah, Trey Arrow was his friend. It's like look up Trey Arrow and Jacob Sherman. Jacob Sherman's my friend that works for the city of Portland now in the transportation division. So yeah, it's all been integrated into things like transportation planning, city planning, building sciences, all that kind of stuff. Now they're just part of the normal machinery.
Terrorizing the world one regulation at a time.
I can't believe Illumi aka Seth Mikhail, has bought John Kitover coins today. The heart. What the fuck? What's going on with the world? Just looking at the freaking charts.
It's a good argument for lawfulness.
He's kind of trying to, I think, combine the Christian Bible with, well, at least the metaphysics.
Ooh, the Muslims?
No, Weekend is doing that. It's just like,
McDonald's got a broken head. He's trying to put the pieces together.
been doing that for some time now.
I know, and he thinks it's an amazing show, and some of you people buy into it.
I broke
I
it.
think it's crap or not. I think in a sane society, he would be restrained and cared for until he was not a harm to himself or others.
True, but then it's interesting that he like as a super hardcore freaking Salafi, you know.
Yeah, that's real surprising. An extremist Muslim. Where would we ever find that?
Doing the whole Trinitarian Wahhabism, like he's still keeping his metric intact.
Yeah, sure he is.
Completely indulging. I mean, at least in words, right? How he's projecting it.
He likes the words.
Yeah.
The bigger problem is the compulsion.
Yeah.
You know, you can have whatever kind of theological view you want. It's when you feel compelled to engage, like the atheists.
Yeah.
Compelled to engage in what?
In theological debate with anyone.
They just want to do that.
Yeah, some people really like it. Like it's part of the media landscape. It's like debating who's got it real.
It's hard because there's like some people's like fucking hot takes are like just completely off base. It's like that's the thing is like atheists are generally like studied more religious literature than
right
religious people
because they got the compulsion.
But the idea against other ideas. How would you know which God is real?
Well, you just like
they go through whatever means. I never see people debating religion in like a genuine investigation into which God is real. I see them like throwing down, dunking on each other. Who's God? On his side.
I think with me, it's just like I'm like, what?
You've missed a lot of the thing.
Yeah, my thing is like, what compels human beings to like invest so much in this, right? Like, and it's just like even when I was a kid, I like
because it's a critical aspect. If you the religious people are right, once you die, they cannot take it back. You know?
Yeah, but like I can give you of what is like science or like history. Say, oh, if no one makes this, they'll be harmed forever.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like I'm just like fascinated by this thing where people are just so invested in their ego persisting on after their physical body dies. Like it's just so weird to me. Like I'm like, what?
I never so much thought about it. It's so much time and investment in that. So taken so seriously.
There's
Take that seriously.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. Why do we care about that so much?
Like that, like even my office never to me to like portray life after death. It's never come to me.
What, to think of existence without your physical body?
No, just the imagery that like scripture puts out with it's so.
That's a particular pitch. You can like dislike anyone's
so
pitch.
Much of, that's the thing.
There's a bigger meta question, right? Because if we're discussing the desire people have to discuss these issues, we're also saying that there are questions here and proposed answers. Some that people find persuasive, some that people don't find persuasive. Even within any particular religion, you're going to have multiple answers to this. questions, which tells me to why it's the compulsion. The compulsion and the reason why you will always find conversations about religion and God, theology, the afterlife, death, is because it is, at a core basic level, true to all of us. When I talk about life after death, that is relatable to people that don't speak my language and have never been to my country or my state. People that have no relationship to me can discuss religion with me. Religion is part of the lingua franca of the humans while they exist in different languages and have entirely different outlooks on how the world functions. They do start their bases on the metaphysics of the universe and say, here's exactly what happens when we die. They're able to discuss that. I don't know why they can better discuss that than like politics or weapon rights. They apparently communicate on which God is real.
Yeah, because that's very fundamental. Exactly.
Proper decorum of discourse.
And the certainty of like expressing the
Yeah, there's no certainty. That's why there's no validity. Yes, some people are certain. That's their perspective, and you cannot hold. You don't know what's in their.
would we like to
Ladies and gentlemen, we are navigating this question, right? Not because I know the answer, because I don't think it's a question that needs to be answered. Because
Don't engage. If you don't feel it's important to you, don't engage with the subject.
well, yeah, the way that I engage is like compared to what's on the table and what's on. I'm not talking about what's right or wrong. You know, the way I engage is. Isn't this interesting that this one particular myth theme carries across all of these
I think
places?
so.
Right? You can track it, you know, all of this stuff, and yet you think somehow your particular story was revealed on a singular mountain by God directly to a human being. You know, it's like it's obvious it's derivative.
So can I try to explain that real quick?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let me explain that, right? Because so you have to understand, right, that if something says something, okay, so the Bible, where it's in the original form, it was Aramaic and it was in Greek, right? And then at the time where what'd you say? Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. So I'm serious about this though. Like I really want to know, right? Is then so at the time where it was like the Roman time, where at that time then they made it into Latin, right? So if you know that at that time the literacy rate was like maybe 5 or to 9%, or maybe less than that, and people who were capable of even having the book were even more or less than that, because they didn't know the Aramaic, or because Hebrew at that time became a dead language, and so people only had the Latin versions. So and so you have to understand that we're saying that something that went through all these stages and then being translated into English. You don't think that through all these people, like through the people making mistakes writing it, because you understand they weren't like writing, they were writing it in scrolls and using cattle skin and stuff like that. So although you don't believe that human mistake just can't happen throughout those years, to the point that now the technology that we have where everybody is able to just look at their phone. So let's go back to the time when printing started. Before that, it was hard for a person to write the whole. So what I'm saying is, my point is, of course we would want to believe something is more accurate because it's the same Semitic family as the Aramaic language. That is the Arabic language. So they're the two closest. So even the way that in the Aramaic version, how they say Allah, they say Ilaha in Aramaic. So when it's Ilaha in Arabic, it's Allah. So those things that are so close, because they're basically it's just like languages, right? We believe, of course, it would.
Rebona show alarm. Bank, am I detecting a smoke detector in your distance beeping?
I don't know. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah, just let me land real quick, right?
Wait a second. I gotta interrupt. Ahmad is speaking. Ahmad is speaking. What does altruism even mean, Bank?
Just making a bunch of claims, like, and I'm literally talking about. I don't know if you caught that word I used, mything, right? That's like the
Stay close.
meaning and
Anything I said was wrong.
honestly, you were making a bunch of claims that seemed completely incoherent and.
Well, it's false.
But okay,
What I said to you.
Is what false?
Yes, I did. I said in the time
You really
of
haven't been
history, the rate wasn't the population everybody. So what I said was that people who were so basically fist the kings and only like kings and the priests and those people were only capable of having the Bible even see or even be able to read it, right? Then all of these things and then being changed into the English language coming into America, right? All of these changes that's happening right throughout this time. Why wouldn't I believe something that came directly to the Prophet Muhammad and it's just straight words? Why would I want to believe?
Bro, these are toppers, bro. Don't even try to talk to make this point with them.
And I'm just quite. You do realize that a whole crap ton of the Quran is like derivative of Judaism, Zoroastrianism, Christianity, and all of those are previously derivative of Sumerian, Assyrian, and Egyptian pantheons. So and Zoroastrian stuff too. So it's like that's what I'm saying, Bank. And before that, that's derivative, right? It's just that's what I'm talking about when I say a myth theme, right? It's a recurring mythological element. Like something is in a small sense, like man puts animals in boat, right? Or great flood, that sort of thing. And they get really precise with it, right? And then you could track these things much like you track the development of languages. Across. Yeah.
Running on a mountain, receiving ladies.
And so
They keep repeating
Bro, this is like logical fun.
no, Jay, I know, bro. Bro, I know we're not. That's not what I'm. That's not what I'm trying to get, bro. All right, bro. I said okay, bro. That's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to get something across, bro.
Yeah, this is what you're trying to get across. It's like from.
Then off by comes from they haven't seen the truth.
Okay, we're gonna take a little quick commercial break from Bank because Bank is causing my migraine to spread to other areas of my body, like my soul. And unfortunately, I have to determine should I get up out of my slumber, put on some clothing, and head to the world famous Emerald Island to see a bunch of hot 20-year-old chicks jumping around and having fun without a care in the world? Or do I stay here in the Ultra Megatron room with all you beautiful, wonderful, intelligent, sophisticated time wasters? What shall I do?
Fan of this.
Here, you get. Listen, it's on my back. It was just starting off with
No, you be closer to the lightsaber.
Oh, Mixed Dad, you're so annoying. I love you, but you're so annoying.
I have such a soft spot for that.
Do you know how bad I wanted to be a Jew?
Even like recently.
Not enough.
I wanted to be a dude so bad, and then every time I talk to you, I'm just reminded about how I was rejected. It's so shitty.
I have taken on like most of my freaking political grievances and accept, and he has endured it with so much.
Couldn't stop you.
Well, I think
Oh my god, he's so his endurance is so high. I love Magza.
That's true.
Plus he's Epicurean.
I'll never forget that I read some of my high school writings to Magza. I appreciate it.
Dude, I love Magza. He's like my soul animal traveler. He's also Epicurean, so yeah.
Not an Epicurean.
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry. I need like annoying. Like,
I don't know, like that for ages, huh?
Not Epicurean.
I need
Epicurean's
to-
the afterlife.
I mean, annoying like a brother is annoying, you know? Like a big
It's just
brother.
fun. There's a child that never grew up.
Yeah.
Like that is not what they tell you. Do people tell you that you have Peter Pan syndrome? Because they tell me that.
That I have what?
Peter Pan syndrome. I can't remember told me that.
Oh my god.
You suffer from Peter Pan syndrome.
No.
Maybe that is just your personality. That's what she told me.
What is that? What is the syndrome? I never heard of it.
People are just
Something that she acts maturely.
that's horrible. It's another way to put it. I like people
Where you just have
a
a useful spirit.
Yeah, I don't know that it's so much you act immaturely. It's that you don't take on this sort of adult responsibility in a way that most people do. Like I think most people with Peter Pan syndrome do just fine. Right? They adult just fine. They just don't
They're frustratingly happy while the rest of the adults are grumpy about it.
Yeah,
it feels like me.
some sort of shit humor, right? At least make it.
Yeah, that is me.
Yeah. Like if everyone feels like it should be serious and
I
boring,
think it's
then, like,
the whole fun.
I'll be a kid.
Fun, like, of course. The biggest motivation in life is fun. Will this activity entertain me? If it doesn't, how entertaining can I make it? That is the very goal of life.
Nargis, can I ask you a jewelry question?
What's up, bro?
Why is it so hard to find pinky rings?
What's your ring size?
My pinky ring size is 3.5.
Okay, so it shouldn't be hard. Oh, it's because they start from 4, I think.
No.
They start from 3.5. It's not hard. Everyone's fine pinky ring size.
Yeah, can you just like size it even if it doesn't fit?
Remember, your left hand is half a size bigger than your right hand. General rule of the thumb.
Like rules left.
Half a size bigger than your right.
Interesting, because I really want the pinky ring on my right hand.
That's weird because my right hand always is like half a size bigger.
Probably right. Maybe I mean.
Well, like you said, it's just a rule of thumb.
If you're left-handed, yeah, that'll be your case.
How many? No, I'm right-handed.
Broken.
I'm right-handed. Although it's weird, it's like, and I don't know if this is just because it's the way I was taught to write. So I like right-handed. I write with my right hand, but like if you throw a ball at me, I'm more likely to catch it with my left hand.
That's odd.
So, yeah.
So do you think that I get it resized? Is that like a thing?
Yeah, of course. All of you doing it.
They got these little sticks and they like shove the ring on it.
No, man.
Directly.
Yeah, they do it. Freaking my dude does it with laser now. Has been doing it for the past 10 years. Like a thing.
Yeah.
No.
I really want a pinky ring.
It was juice.
Half size bigger than your non-dominant hand. To the right. Like that.
Use invented.
My dude is different.
I didn't invent it, Trist.
I have a like Just sitting on my fireplace mantle, I have a white gold and diamond setting with like an aquamarine just like kind of sitting there that needs the prongs.
It's so easy to set
That
that.
yeah.
How big it's
It's it's like a 10 by 12 millimeter. I want to say something like that. It's like a 2 or 3 carat aquamarine.
Mike said you have a Jew.
Yeah.
Where do you live?
I'll take a big by carrot. Aqua. I
I have a really big aquamarine that I got inherited from my grandmother. That was like her 16th birthday. But it's in this really like fragile gold setting, so I don't wear it very often because I kind of treasure the setting too. So
I have to get the frog a little bit thicker. Aquamarine is all well, but like thicker.
yeah. Well, where in the heck is it? Steve moved it somewhere. Hold on. Now I don't know where it is. I don't know. Wait. I also have like a 55 carat mine cut chrysolite green amethyst. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this?
There was every picture if you can.
Of the amethyst. Yeah.
I don't know. You can make them. I don't know. My dad makes them into like pendant most of the time. He also uses like he makes them in belts and stuff.
I don't know if it's true, but I heard that the diamonds are kind of like a scam. Their price is inflated. I don't know if that's true. Do you guys know anything about that?
It might have been good investment.
Yeah, instead of buying little kids, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh no, that's
They have mosquito nets.
as long as it was mosquito nets. Oh my god, with that.
The side. We had our own conversation. It was pretty good.
Bro, why did you write me?
Yeah. Because you were busy having fun here.
Oh, okay. You know what? Since I've spoken guys out about that. Was he?
Huh?
Did you find the apples? Like,
Yeah. He loved that.
what did he put making them, bro? How can he even be a granular?
He's also very good for understanding spirituality.
And I've told him quite a few times that you kind of don't fit into the granulas thing. And he insists on being one. So much more open. Yeah, he is. He's a good. Like, even his view, like, he'll say, well, I only know it's not full of thought. I only want to learn one thing. I let me was for it. And one for it. This is the way you're looking for her to. So he'll say, like, I go to only one school of thought. And that school of thought is the right foundational school of thought. And all else is not. And however I can find like commonalities between them, the guy he like takes from Hossein Nasr, right? Dr. Hossein Nasr. Yeah, he's fantastic. Yeah, he's really good. And Hossein Nasr is so open about like. In fact, he doesn't take to any identity or anything he calls himself. Yeah, and it's inspired like this very person. I have to study Quran, which is the only Quran I have. Which I bought for the blue one. Yeah, the blue one. It's a good one. Yeah, like I think it's a very academic sort of read. Are you still talking? No. Oh, okay. I just couldn't hear you. It has nothing to say. I just thought you were in the Matrix for a second. Yeah, I have that one because my professor, so my colleague worked with a professor who worked under him during her PhD or whatever. So that's who I would have studied Sufism with. Yes, he does take to the Sufi school of thought more than any other, like as a foundational sort of religion. But I've been thinking about this professor a lot. I feel like her and I are like telepathically connected somehow. Which professor? Which one? Mina Sharifi Funk.
Is she beautiful?
She's a beautiful spirit. She looks like a version of like Jane Goodall. Mina Sharifi, is she Iranian? Yeah. Looking for it. You say she's Persian. Sharifi Funk? Yeah, Funk is a Mennonite husband. Yeah. Ah, yes.
The Republic of Plato is here.
She also looks at Muslim women experiences, like Amina Wadud and stuff.
Can I say something about this?
Anything is Sufism.
Can I say something about the Socratic method being a huge waste of time? Meaning that like anybody, I hate it because I don't want to hear the questions. I just want to hear the information. So I find it very annoying when people I consider lower IQ, they use the Socratic method because they just actually have nothing interesting themselves to say. And so I hate hearing Socratic method dialogue. Hello?
Do you know the name Abdulaziz Said? Nargis? Yeah, I do. Yeah. So she's written about him. I'm looking her up. She's so cute. Yeah, she's very cute. Geometry of the Spirit, Sufism, calligraphy. Yeah, she's a nice soul. She's a nice, like, yeah. She writes about like Muslim women in contemporary North America. Looking at her, but she is so like she and when I first had her, she made us all sit in a circle, and then she asked us, like she was talking about all these like historical figures, and for each historical figure, she went around and asked us, "Who is the Alexander the Great in you? Who is the like?" It was just like so Persian. Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, like we're influenced by all of these people. We're a conglomerate of like all of our influences, you know? Yeah. Historical and contemporary that we're aware of. So. I think because our language is so like innately poetic. Yeah. Like even if we have to make like syllogisms, it's all logical. Like.
Wait, have you ever have you ever considered like the fact that you're alive now after you study history and you hear about the billions of murders and chaos and disease and everything? You're like, oh, I'm, the generation like from that. Like you are technically the lucky, like you are the survivor. So what is that?
Think about it.
It doesn't really mean anything other than to know that like your time is so valuable. And so what you're listening to, what you're saying, what you're reading, what you're looking, what you're touching, etc. It's like, you know, it has to be joy. Like I've heard it said that life is totally random, like just mere existence. So by definition, it has to be joy. That's what Aleister Crowley says.
I feel like somebody tried to come up here and their name was Dr. Jedi, but they
Yeah.
but they weren't actually in the room, which is great.
Does anyone here like A1 sauce? Mmm. I was like Zabu, tell me about your septum piercing. You're like, oh, I have it so guys can like aim their spray. I was like, damn, Zabu. Target practice, Zabu.
Rings. And like the further you go, the more points you get.
Yeah.
That's a super tease on my face.
I have a thin septum ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show me, babe.
Okay.
Tell me where to put it.
That's a mother of shock. Nikes, you're a cow? Are you cow?
That's what Gulak calls me. She calls me a cow.
You're so upset.
$38 trillion.
You got a middle nose, Nikes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the part of the party done. As dusk falls, the sun is here.
It's a mama.
No, seriously. Thank you, experience the magic of and my face, and then she just flips it. Welcome to the heart of Chicago. And it's just as if she's like that's it. From so then
one. Although my wagon takes my name to America, you got one. Well, that's the beginning.
Enjoy the ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the my mom doesn't know this against okay, so he doesn't have all these tattoos either. Not because I'm like trying to hide it.
$38 trillion.
No.
Because I just don't see her. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen my parents in 3 years. Because I haven't gone home since I moved here.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to go.
Yeah, you should. I haven't seen mine in almost like 8 months now. I'm dying to cry all the time when I think about them.
I did hear mom crying when Sam and I.
Oh.
And she's like, "Are you dating?" She's like, "Why are you crying?" And I'm like, "I'm just sad." And she's like, "Were you dating somebody and you broke up?" I'm like, "No."
Oh.
That's funny.
So last night I said I'm tired. Tired of this life. And I was thinking about it. She's like, okay, what I should do? Now I guess what I should do?
Yeah, she kind of problem solve it for you.
Yeah. No, she's like, okay, now what? You're tired. Okay, now what? Please come here first, please. Okay, now okay. Fly? You want me to fly? I'll come to Berlin. Your sister, she's living in Bunker. So my thing is an architect, my brother-in-law. He's just he's an he like teaches at the university, and both of them bought like one of these Second World War long like bunker like spaces as their house, and they've set it's really cool, and they've set it up like with bathtubs in the middle for like couches, and he's just accepting. My bougie Persian mom is gone there. She's like, honestly, every place difference. Just interesting. They're not a whole set. What? What I should say? He's right. He does not understand it, but she knows. But she knows. My sister calls me like, judging me for. I'm like, bro, deal with it. Yeah, like my parents saw that I turned into a minimalist. Every time like I want to do something new, I experiment with it. They kind of make sure it's like amusement for them. Like, I think they entertain their life with decisions I make and live by it. So my dad would come and he's like, oh, so it had like my kitchen, my living room, or like one space, right? It's like an open kitchen. He came and he said, I guess, where is his kitchen? Where is the kitchen? I said, it's one space. I said, you have to take a session with the guy. He got something on good for this. I go, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, you are so funny. So funny. You have to do everything here. This is a very bad system.
Oh my god, artist. I just spammed you with a bunch of pictures. Sorry.
Oh? Did you send me the video?
Yeah, on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's green. It's really pale green. It's a green.
What's the green out of this?
Yeah. It's hard to get the color of it.
Yeah, of course. Jewelry is very hard to shoot that.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Bezel said, you like the setting? You can't wrong this. He actually Bezel said it. Has it come out or what?
The big one? Or the one on the bottom?
Or the bottom one?
That's the one.
He just needs to read it wrong.
Yeah.
He can maintain the setting. Yeah. Very easy.
Yeah, I just gotta take it into the jeweler guy, but that means I gotta go downtown.
I know.
I hate going in there because they have all this really beautiful vintage jewelry in the case, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, this is why women don't work in my industry. If we were actually taught at GIA, why do it is one of the questions in the freaking what do you call that? The during the test, why is it a male dominated industry? It's like 90-something% male. It's yeah, because women would want it for their own. We want to possess it. I hate the wear. It's like my dad says at least I could go in for a meeting, wrong something. It's constant.
Yeah, I do terrible stuff. Like I go into like pawn shops and like buy up stuff from them, loose stones and stuff.
That's like good. Sometimes you never know what you get in pawn shops. This time my dad and I we went and like just quickly explore the pawn shop just to see like you never know of the because they can't most of these people who buy in pawn shops they don't know what they're buying. And me and my partner like in 2008 we were like during the recession we were just getting in their jewelry. I knew stones, he knew gold, and he knew metal well, and watches. So some of them were like amazing. Like one of them got a Burmese ruby that we don't mind. She was so shocked with the price she got. Because you have to also be just when you buy stuff. I think it's so karmic. Like every penny in business is so karmic. And he would say you're stupid. You're stupid.
Have you heard of a Spinelli Kilcullen ring? Do you know Spinelli? Well, no, it's called Spinelli Kilcullen. It's a jewelry maker I know in Los Angeles. He's got a big Instagram account, 3 stores around the world: New York, LA, London, Seoul, 4 stores.
Oh, I thought Spinelli's like a store.
No, it's this guy named Spinelli from LA that I knew. But I used to. No, I think he's probably Irish, but I hired a guy that worked for him, and I ended up recording them at the Cat Club on Sunset, their band. So, anyways, hello.
Is that what it's called? Oh, they got that though. Are you really trying to go, John? Where are you going? It's like 11 o'clock. 10:30.
What is he doing?
Do you want to go to the bar?
That's crazy.
Okay. I don't think it's going.
No, I was gonna go out tonight, but honestly, it's cold outside, and I'm just like, I don't want. It's can't wait for it to get warm out.
Right. Are you going or what?
No, I'm not gonna go. I'm just gonna eat and go to sleep.
Shit, where's my nose ring?
I bought some fake nose rings on eBay or Amazon, so
So stupid.
I want some chick to like come up to me like, I think your nose ring is so sexy. I think it's really hot when a chick has one. Not a septum though. I like a gold ring on the right or left nostril.
Thanks, Alistair, for
Sorry.
choosing the article with me.
The septum one to me is like lesbianish. Which is not a problem for me. I'm not discriminating. I'm just saying that to me when I see it, I do think of the bull thing. I'm just like why can't you make it sexier? It's not sexy enough.
I don't know what to tell you.
Well, we got Mikhail here. Mikhail says he comes to the rooms just for me. Thanks, Mikhail. You made me feel like a clubhouse winner the other day.
Like at least the colorless one.
Yeah, the red ones are the colorless ones, yeah. Those also are pretty rare now. They don't mind them anymore. Is Mikhail in the room?
No, Galaxy is here.
Scotch.
The Logos. Where is Mikhail? The Logos.
Let's see.
I think I was roasting Mikhail.
He loves Mikhail.
I just think the N-word's so casually on here.
He's blind.
I can't say that ever. I don't want to fuck you. You shouldn't press me about saying nigga the fuck, mind your business. Mind your business if I get on your head. The fuck?
You're gay, huh?
Yeah.
Listen, it doesn't really matter. That's what you are. Okay, exactly. Here.
No, but
You're going off into mutes.
are you still in the hotel with the hotel guy? Do you still like him, Galaxy?
No, that's been long gone.
What?
Once since
Oh, you love that guy.
no, that's been gone. I'm sorry, like I'm a little too.
You? Shut the fuck up. Do you still love him? Like, did you have a bad breakup?
Listen, I had no breakup, nothing even begun.
The fuck? You had like the biggest part on the guy. What are you saying?
You know, nothing even begun. After that, I ended up going to jail for a bit.
Don't lie.
Why do you think I was banned from Clubhouse for a hot minute? I was literally in bed.
For what?
Yeah, I can't really tell you, but you see, I'm really that nigga that really be sitting in.
You're not. Shut the fuck up, Galaxy.
Okay, but why do you think I was gone? Why do you think I was gone?
I don't know. You're freaking asking Mikhail in the freaking TikTok or something. You have to
be honest.
Exactly, like, because I was literally in jail, like, I can't remember, it's too much.
You're lying. You're probably funny.
Why would I? I told you I'm really that nigga. I really gets in the pain. I gets in the pain. Thank you.
You're not. He's the one of actual like
You paint houses?
No, I just end up. Yeah, I'm a hood nigga. I'm a hood nigga at heart.
Really?
He's not. He's a bullshit.
No, I'm a hood nigga. Warren knows what I want.
He's not.
Warren knows what I want.
He just wants to be a wagwan, bro.
Warren knows what I want. Get that out of there. She knows what I want.
He said act.
Why is he a wagwan? He's not. He's like bullshit.
I'm most definitely. I mean, you can hear it in the
ghetto.
So wait, Zabu, why did you break up with Sam Rosen? No love. I don't know. People get together, they break up. There's always like a story. It's and she's still on the app, so it's not like she's like run away. It's like he has rooms. I mean, I would be like, I'm a loser if I use Clubhouse and talk to my ex girlfriend because, like, that's weird.
Like my ex still love me so much.
I'm just saying on Clubhouse, it's like it would be weird to like be out of a relationship with somebody, then come into the room and then like give two fucks about what anything is happening in the room. It's like, oh, are you talking about God again? Oh, like I mean, no, that's
Even me, my
no, I agree.
like even like gone for like 6 months. I was blocked for 6 months because of his toxic ass girlfriend, and as soon as he broke up with her, he like gets in contact with me and is like, "Dude, you were right. Like, he totally called it because I said she was gonna fuck up his house and try to get him arrested."
Hmm. Anyway, I only brought it up, Zabu, because I mean I like Sam to a certain extent. Just hope he's happy. He said he's great. What was that?
Yeah, thanks for rubbing. Thanks for rubbing that. I appreciate it.
Oh, I figured you dumped him. Sometimes you're surprised.
Natural thing to think. Like Zabu don't.
He was like, I just can't date you anymore. I just don't think we're on the same intellectual level.
Because the boy is like golden. That's why.
The bull is golden?
Who is golden?
Oh, Zabu is golden. Yeah, I mean, I think.
I would never dump Zabu. Yeah, true. I would never dump Zabu. Ever. It's true.
Yeah, but it's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Like, you have to accept that you are in a simulation, and when you resist that, like, to me, relationships are always like it's the biggest thing. Like, especially if you had an orgasm with somebody.
John, do you know why there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe?
Why?
There is no particular place any particular speck of dust needs to be.
It's a way to reframe your experience, meaning that too many people have sour grapes, sadness, loneliness, anger, rage, frustration. You know, so it's just like one way to essentially refresh your mind. In the spirit of joy.
Love is dynamic, and how we relate to each other through love and the expression of it can change over time. And so I just see it as like we love each other. It's just changed. Like the ways we express it are different, but we're very close still. So.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. We had a conversation yesterday. We talked through some stuff. I was in his room for the first time as a mod after a long time.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
You want to go on?
It's impossible.
Right. It's nothing like impossible. Nothing is impossible.
At this current moment, I do not want to be with him.
Okay, good.
If anything, I'm craving what we had, but what we had is not what we have.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So at the moment, the answer is no. But I'm happy to work through a friendship with him at the moment and try to figure out what that means. And I need patience in that so I can figure out what my boundaries are. So I've just been going really slow, and he's really open to processing, and he wants to talk all the time. I can't talk all the time; it's too much.
We are $38 trillion in debt.
Oh, wow. Wow, this is
He wants to call me every day.
that's awkward. Like if that's just like knowing that he already has someone to talk to, or whatever. Like it's just a oh.
And we get 8 days ago, and right at the midnight mark, he messaged me. He's like, 8 days are over. Let's talk. I was like, I'm not ready. So that's
You know what he wants?
pardon?
Do you think he knows what he wants?
Because if you act to the midnight,
Very sure.
He loves me. He wants me in his life every day. That's what he wants.
That's not fair on you.
Exactly.
the kingdom of God is within you,
So I'm trying to
not in the building. Not in
check
the
my heart a little bit.
somewhere far away. Yeah,
Give like love and friendship
within you.
at the same time.
I don't know.
A very dangerous idea for any
That's good.
structure
Like you feel that love.
because if the
It's not the
design is
same.
wrong,
I mean, it's the same love, but it's
Not fair on you. It won't let you move forward, I guess. I don't know.
I feel more detached after the 8 days no contact, and
That's good.
and I don't feel like I'm not like pining for him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. My God, you were quite good, bro. Yeah. Glad you worked through it.
And if I think about it too hard, I do miss like what we had, but I know it's not what we have. Like, do you know what I mean? So it's like more like I'm attached to like the co-living and like the
idea of it.
Okay, yeah, like what it was.
Not love, it's the idea of love.
Yeah.
And it just yeah.
Like I went to the ballet the other day, and he's such a ballerina, you know.
I know.
So I called, yeah. And so then when I went to the ballet, I like really missed him, you know. And I found that really challenging. Is like, oh, I could have taken him like the Royal Ballet School is right around the.
He did seem to really like it though. I can't lie. Seemed like
we did enjoy.
Yeah.
He did like it. It was just the winter, and then all these other factors that came into play. And so when I think about it and I sit and I'm like, oh my God, what is like? It was such a and it was.
See, after 5.5 years of marriage, right? When I suddenly heard like whatever yeah. I mean, of course it comes as a shock. Like I can understand the shock, but he never wanted to leave. No, I don't know what you want, but no, didn't want to leave. Just wanted to like, I'm on it, on it. I'm his regret. So I'm not. I haven't put therapy because I was not responsible for that, and I used to feel like I am responsible, but he was the one who. Yeah.
And yeah, he changed the conditions that way.
That way.
Like it has to happen this way. Like we talked about so many possibilities of what he wanted and how to like make it work, but he was in such a rush. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Right. With his own yeah. I told him I need time. Like this is not
because he's been mom.
He just
We know that about him.
Couldn't give me that time. And I do.
Yeah, but you know that. It's hard to like tell personalities, but even though it's a voice out.
What the fuck?
momentary lapse of reason. That I realize a small regret I won't forget. There'll be no peace in here tonight. Yeah. Hit most though. And I think he knows it.
Thanks. And it helps that like everybody has been so kind. Like all of his like friends, you know? Like on here that like I've become close with, you know? Like everybody got mad. So,
yeah, obviously. Yeah. What the fuck?
Especially AWOC, which I wasn't like expecting.
Right, it's just anyone. Like anyone would perceive it. Like I mean, it's such a common. Like it's not even. It's like objective morality.
Like how don't talk like almost ever anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Daniel's pissed. Daniel was getting more angry than I was.
Daniel was very affected by the whole thing. Yeah, because I think he put his complete like trust in it.
Trust. And that's the thing, like I did too. And like we were the three of us would talk all the time together when Sam was here, you know. So I think Daniel is like, how do I not be in the middle of this, you know?
And he's like, what happened? I think that was the bigger question to us. Like, what?
But I gave him all the details, and it's like it's so shocking. So it's like hard to believe.
Yeah, that's why. Like, you know, ask times like I did. It's because you also I think don't understand. Like I don't understand. Like it's a common shock. The shock is a common denominator that we all are experiencing, right? Yes. But you have to let it go because it's just I think a mind that is not rationally thinking in that moment. But funny thing, he's such a rationalist too. Like he can think.
For sure, I agree.
Oh, emotional? Yeah.
He's so emotional. So emotional. He's so emotional. He's so romantic. He's so like whimsical. He's so he's not rational. He speaks like he's rational, but his day-to-day life, he struggles. He's entrapped in his own emotions.
That would be like for artistic brain and minds too.
Yeah. And I gave him so much space, you know? I gave him the space to do it all, and it's just...
I mean, that is quite a gift, I think. And that is what makes them understood that all artists require like large amounts of space to just be and operate in that moment.
Yeah, and I just... Oh, it was so much fun. And it was so much fun to have room for myself, too, you know? And it was just fun. It was a lot of fun, but a lot.
He is a master.
Like, do you think he wants to come back, or like, what does he talk about? What's there to talk? Like, telling his day-to-day events. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, he wants to tell me about what he's doing all the time. And what he's writing. Like, he writes a lot, right? And so he wants to, like, read to me his writing and
why can't he read too?
Well, he does, but it's like
Why can't he read?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, he does, but it's... I think there's a obvious reasons why he would...
Why? Language?
Age.
Maturity. Oh, shit. That's what it is. Short attention span, age.
And then I'm like not only will I read it, I'll also encourage it, right?
Yeah. I reread it. Good book.
Yeah.
And appreciate it.
Like before he got here, I like had so many of his writings printed out and taped up in my office. Why? So people could read it. Oh my god! Because he writes really good things. Other than this fucking document that he has.
Have it on our phone.
You know, I screenshotted his Islamic I screenshotted his Islamic analysis thing and I put it on YouTube and it got a lot of views and he's like, where can I find that? I was like, I don't know, just YouTube Sam Islam PDF Word doc thing. He spent a lot of time on that. Ugh. It's so crazy because a lot of these people in his rooms,
Points on there.
Yeah.
the people in his room, they have certain catchphrases and they repeat themselves quite a bit. I don't know all their names, but it's very funny listening to them because I mean, like all of us, we probably use the same words all the time, quite often. But anyways, I'm just thoroughly convinced that Clubhouse is like worth 1/10 of that of a book. And every time I read a good book, I'm just like, you know what? All the loss or all the because I just created a LinkedIn account for my mayoral campaign, and it's so funny because all the employees in the Chicago government are like looking at my LinkedIn account right now, and then I'm screenshotting who's looking at me, so I'm doing like counter surveillance and then posting that I'm gonna fire you because you were hired for community representation as opposed to like a viable job. Anyways, what I'm saying is if you have any like envy of a person, it's so ridiculous when you find out that your envy is like you're being fooled. That person is fooling you with their presence. It's not all that it looks, it's not all. Yeah, it's definitely, and life is just a struggle. Well, what I'm saying also, well, I was just smoking some weed and I am low on beverage here.
My god. John Kitover, what about stuff?
It came from my brain and then left my mouth.
Before I hear that, I saw him taking a drag. I'm trying to figure that out. Like a big one.
But yeah, like I said, I feel like that stuff like that we shouldn't have to worry about that. If you want to change the person and you're not like
Did not see so who's the profile picture? Obviously, she's the Darth Vader.
Zabu, if you're wait, Zabu, are you Pakistani, Zabu?
No.
Oh, because I was gonna say maybe you should go to that Pakistani Indian border where those like hot soldiers, do their chicken dances. That would be a great place to find a stud.
Kashmir there. Yeah.
I live in Canada, bro. I live in Canada, bro.
Canada. Yeah, that's the easy one.
Do you see it's Disneyland?
Yeah. I mean, what happens in Canada? You know, but cold weather.
Yeah, I've recently drafted plans to actually invade Canada should World War III break out, because America start without. I just saw a crazy video today of a guy like raiding the Canadian Parliament and shooting a machine gun from like the main. Yeah, it was an older video from like the 80s or something. But the Canadians, The marshal at arms talked him down for 4 hours. He didn't even shoot the guy, and he murdered like 13 people or something. I'm like, why the fuck didn't they storm it and just kill the guy? But no, Canadians didn't kill the person that killed them. They talked to him for 4 hours, and then peacefully he surrendered, and they arrested him. It was so crazy. Canadians are leaders in social equity. And I can't stand Jarl on this app. He was like, Canada trained your Air Force. We fought in both World Wars before you ever did, and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, Jarl, you are so annoying.
Safe. Canada is safe because of the United States, bro. Let's be real. Like when Trump was talking about building that dome stuff, the Canadian president didn't even, you can tell he don't like Trump, right? But when he started talking about building we gotta be a part of it. Like, yeah, because keep y'all safe. That's one thing I do like about Trump.
You're on your use the code on screen for a $10 bonus on your first purchase.
Are you struggling to get out of your shell? For this Saturday, I'm doing a free life hypnosis session to help break out of your shell and tap into your confidence and charisma.
Kind of absurd, but okay.
I know fish guy got to talk somewhere. So this is the Bible and Quran. What's the topic?
We're discussing altruism. Do you know what altruism, sir? Do you know what altruism is? Well, look at the word. The first part is alt, like maybe alternative, or maybe all true. And then you know what an ism is, like capital ism. So what do you think if we try to put the word together? What do you think it means?
Is it like is it like something dealing with truth, right? Am I close?
Try again.
Oh, I'm not close.
No.
I don't know. Lost. Somebody help me out.
The root words altruism, alter, right?
Okay.
Which also means the other. So
Okay.
the etymology breakdown would be alter or the other, and the phrase would be altericuic, which is to this other. And in Old French, it would be altrui, which means to others, for others. And a modern construction would be the suffix ism or ism was added to create the term that stands as the opposite of egoism. So that which is not egoism is altruism. Ego being like the I. So altruism is like selflessness.
Yeah, not being about yourself, but being about others.
Yeah, for the sake of another.
Gotcha. So we're discussing about working together.
So I think altruism, as Ayn Rand thought, is the philosophy of the devil. Work and the making of evil.
Nose ring.
What is a wedding in India?
It looks so good.
Like, that's a thick ring now. That was a thick one.
I love it.
I think it doesn't exist. And it's a kind of inserted word into our psyche, which should not exist at all. Because when you live for the sake of another, you haven't truly loved another. Because you haven't loved the self.
Well, I believe that part of us, those who have that emotion in us to care about others, I believe that don't come from us. I believe that's a element that we get from God.
So if your like parents want you to be, say, a lawyer, and you're interested in like, I don't know, poetry, or just being like a ballet dancer in a pageant, for example, on this in a theater, right? But you will give up that desire that you've had since childhood to dance as a ballerina, man. And right, give that up, right? Just for them to like, or for society to see you at a certain place in life, or the expectation of you, that is what
He's a fat person.
Well, I think the what caused that issue was not necessarily like the person.
Why is that as a fat person ready to start a fight that's with a man?
Position that if you study hard, you'll get to that position. You'll be able to make a lot of money. So what really draws that issue is the lust of financial stability, right? Because if the highest paid position was a carpenter, right, then that would be the expectation of a nation to their children to grow and be the best carpenter, you know. So when parents pull their children into a certain direction, especially when it comes to how are you going to financially uh, take care of yourself, right? They push their kids in a direction that where they can get the best outcome, and and then as the child get older, when the child realizes that ballerina dancers don't really make no money, and it's fun to them, right? They tend to make the most. The one who's wise tend to make the most.
But do remember, your highest potential lies in what you desire and you love, right?
True.
It's where like Ayn Rand as an egoist would like promote the the freaking in a rational sense. She would say that which one has the highest potential for is that which they have to pursue, ought to pursue. And this would only be a rational decision, right? So she'd say like things like, I love you and I'd die for you, but I would never live for this.
That's now. Who was this you speaking of again?
This is a philosophy. Go ahead.
Why don't you believe that someone can live for the sake of another person? Or do you have against it?
It's a moral crime.
I think every time. My bad, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's insane to not long for that type of society. Because think about it like this. Imagine you finally reach your peak and what you want to be in your career. Right? You got the job that you love, and uh, and you're making the type of money to where you're not even worried about money. Okay, right? But then you want to go out and have a good night with your husband or with your friends, or maybe you want to go out with your kids, right? And you go to eat to a diner, right, or a nice little restaurant, and when you go there, sit down at the table, and the manager walk up to you and says, "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. We're going to be slow today because none of the waitresses came to work today." And you stay, you wanted to eat, you want to have a good time, but it wasn't as good as it could have been because none of the waitresses was there that day, right? So the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is, no matter where you at when it comes to success or what you try to achieve. Life is not fun when you don't have someone who's willing to serve you. And I'm not talking about slavery, and I'm not talking about uh some type of a dead end job where they stuck at and they have no choice but to work this job because it's the only place that I can make money, right? I'm talking about this literally people under you that's happy doing what they doing, even if it's just going to get you a drink and food for your kids and y'all having a good time night out with the family. See,
Yeah, that is a rational, selfish decision too.
exactly,
So,
but you see how the
it's not altruistic what you're doing. No, that's not altruistic at all what you're doing. It's serving you because it is also making you feel good, making you feel responsible somehow. In that moment, while you think you're selflessly giving, you're not. Somewhere deep inside, you're also doing it for the self.
yeah, but what about the waitress? What about the day that she wanted to take her kids out and have a good time with her family? Who's gonna serve her?
She can find someone.
But she gotta find somebody else. But yours ain't free. You get what I'm saying?
That's right.
So what I'm saying is, everybody wants to be in a happy society where everybody is cool and being in the position where they're at, so that society continue to go on. Somewhere, somebody has to be super selfish, and they're not making the top pay, but they're happy. You get what I'm saying?
That is not true.
That is. Yeah, see, that's a selfish person. I'm not selfish.
See that? See how that hits? Somewhere self-righteousness came in. And that feeling of, I am not supposed to be selfish. That indoctrination.
No, that's not what that is. I see me, I love people. I love seeing people happy.
Yeah, and so if you're out there like doing stuff to make people happy, you're doing that for selfish reasons because you enjoy it.
False.
True. This is the mind of a self-righteous, horse riding, freaking person.
Listen.
Your thinking selflessness is so good. The truth is you're always and always acting upon
over classes, right? They press this idea on the plebeians, on the hegemonically, that you shouldn't be selfish, you shouldn't blah blah blah, and the whole reason why is because they don't want people to self-actualize. They don't want people to have this sort of independent thought. They need you to be resigned to service, right? And the thing is that if you accept for yourself that you need to give up your desires and not self-actualize, right? If you get into like Kant, if everybody does that, then nobody self-actualizes. So what's the point of even existing? And why would you even bother helping somebody, because they're not going to self-actualize either,
That makes sense, right? The flights or or if there is some kind of freaking, when they give out the instructions, right? First put on the mask in case of like an emergency, and then put it on your child. There's a logic behind it. There's a rationale. Are you serving yourself and not thinking about your child? No, that is not true. Every action so far, as the self is concerned, even the word selfless has the word self in it. There's no escape.
Oh, I hear what you guys saying, and there's a part of me fighting against what you're saying. Maybe because I just feel it's wrong.
But see, Narja is when you say the self, if you look at the word self, The se is like an action word. So the self is actually just a happening, you know? So are you here right now? Hello?
That or that.
Yeah, so I want to tell you a story, right? There's this elderly fisherman. His name is Elias, right? And he lived alone in a small village by a raging river. And every morning he rode to the same spot, cast his net, and barely caught enough to survive. One day he found a shivering orphan boy named Marco hiding behind his boat.
Everything
hungry
changed
and
for me
afraid.
when I understood.
And then Elias ate little, but he shared his bread. The next morning, instead of fishing only for himself, he taught Marco how to hold a net. Weeks passed, and Elias began waking earlier, mending two nets instead of one, rowing further and staying out later. His back ached, his hands bled, but he never stopped. The neighbor asked him, right, why, just like how you are asking right now, why exhaust yourself for a child not your own or for another person? And then Elias replied, because he breathes the same air as me. If I only live for myself, I am already dead. And years went by, and Elias grew too weak to row. By then, Marco was a strong young man who carried Elias to the boat every morning. One winter, Elias fell gravely ill. Marco sat by his bedside day and night. On his last morning, Elias whispered, "You don't owe me this." And Marco smiled and said that you taught me that living for another isn't a debt, it's the only way to truly live.
God, definitely.
So wait, what was the moral of the story? I didn't quite get the whole thing.
Hey, kids, pick up some kid off the street and fucking get them to do half your work, and eventually they'll take care of you when you're old.
No, the moral of the story is to live for another person's sake is not self-sacrifice. It's not doesn't mean it's not putting your mask. It's finding purpose beyond your own limits.
Amen. I like that. Makes sense, right? Because listen, if I go into a store with my son and the guy comes in there with a gun and he robs the guy at the cash register, then he turns and robs me, right? And somehow my son pull away. The guy puts the gun at my son and getting ready to shoot my son, and I die in front of the gun. And take the bullet for my son, and I end up dying trying to save my son. Even if it's my son, right? I died for another person's happiness. You know what I'm saying? I sacrificed my life for another life, right? So you can argue that that's still self in a way because that's my son, but still I died for something outside me that's not me, and that's not selfish.
Speaking of dying, I'm gonna go to bed. Um, it's really fun hanging out with you guys today. I love you all. Oh, look who just showed up. Okay, bye.
I think the whole point is that yourself, like it's like Darkness thing with like the oxygen mask, the airplane, right? In the long run, your self actualization is going to provide more benefit to others around you than if you constantly are, oh, what's the term? A giver, right? To them.
It sounds like what you said is not.
No, but I think it will come back to you. I think that sends a message that others can also emulate, and they give back also.
Yeah, but what comes back to you? Like that's the thing is like if you are constantly giving, right, and you never self actualize, right? Whatever they give you, and they do the same thing. Whatever they give you is just the bare minimum, right? If you take the time to like self-actualize, like you, you could give them one thing, or even just them observing you, right, is a bigger gift than you giving up your time for little shit, you know?
Yeah, but then
Hey, wow,
is it not?
Yeah, this is my kid that you know, like you get these like parents, right, that like give up all this shit for their kids, right? And the kids are still fucked up in the long run because they never have an adult example. They never see their parents as people with separate lives and see like someone out there like doing things and accomplishing things for their own like gratification. You know, and that's what you want your kids to do. You need to be that example. Your kids don't need your kids also need to see you fail. They need to see you struggle. They need
Yeah. But I still go back to people love anybody. So yeah, just if you had a moment of self evaluation that you focus on yourself.
no,
That's not me.
to me, is that when we are saying living for the sake of another person, you're defining it as not breathing. Like the person who's living for the sake of another not breathing, right? But some
Your teeth are gone. I don't know what you're laughing at. You hear me laugh, man. It'll fall. What the heck, bro? Piece of shit, that.
like the parents take the example. Okay? He said that the parents live for their kids, and at the end of the day, the kids they're just ungrateful for the parents, right? But
Yeah, they are.
loving your kid and sacrificing your kid doesn't mean that you stop living your life as well. You live that.
That's what she's saying, bro. How many times have we self-sacrificed for our children, bastards? That they don't find us.
That's what I'm saying. One thing doesn't negate the other. I guess living, loving someone else doesn't negate living your own living and your own self
Facts. Exactly.
actualizing and not.
That's why I say, like, how can you love someone else if you're not taking the time out to love yourself, take care of yourself? Like, what do you do?
Like that.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the point. You can't love someone else before. I mean, like you can't try to fix someone else if you damage yourself. Like you don't have to be perfect, but you know,
Good luck trying to fix somebody.
so
Somebody like you. Yeah, I want to read the tenets of so that this is understood properly. Right? Ayn Rand's core philosophical theme: rational egoism. Rand defines as selfishness as that which concerns with one's own interest. I know it sounds bad, but she has an argument for it. She argues that because reason is man's basic tool of survival, an individual must use their own mind to identify and pursue the values necessary for their own life and happiness. Right? Like Cora said, to actualize it. The rejection of altruism. She defines altruism not as kindness, but as a moral doctrine that man has no right to exist for his own sake. She views altruism as a destructive force that demands the sacrifice of the individual to the collective. So true. Man as an end in and of himself. A central tenet is that every human being is an end in themselves, not a means to the ends of others. No person should sacrifice themselves for others, nor should they sacrifice others for themselves. And the seven virtues identify specific virtues required for rational self-interest. First is rationality, 2 is productivity, 3 is pride, 4 is independence, 5 is integrity, 6 is honesty, and the 7th is justice. At all times, when you operate this way towards the self, you're already a collective, right? That is working on these 7 virtues that she holds. So it's more like it from inward out. Okay, bitches. Now continue.
Jeez. Hey, what? How do you say your name? Narji?
It's right. Nargis.
That's it. Nargis. Where you from? Canada?
No, man, I live in California, bro.
Oh, okay.
We're in California. Sunny California. We had a fire today, by the way.
Man, y'all always having fires.
Fuck my. I was so ready to party.
I could not stay in Cali. The price is up. Every
Fuck, bro. It's like 10 fire in the roof. Like, what the fuck?
Yep, that.
Can you give me a short summary of what you just said? I wasn't listening.
Too bad. So well, I read and you were not listening. Okay, fine.
Oh, please.
Mother's trees that came out. So one of it is like rational egoism. That means you have to just work for your own self-interest, right? The second one is like rejection of altruism, which means that like you have no right, you have no moral right to exist for the sake of another or the collective. The collective demands something from you to be this, that, like the status quo. That is doing yourself like a moral injustice. And the third one, I think she's saying like man is an end in himself. Why she's saying that is because like she's saying like no person should sacrifice themselves for others, and others should not sacrifice themselves for him either, right? It's like giving for the sake of giving itself, not for the sake of return, something like that. And then she holds to like 7 virtues, right? Which a rational mind should hold, ought to hold. So one would be rationality itself. Second would be like productiveness. Third would be pride. Like you shouldn't go bootlicking and ass kissing. Fourth should be like a sense of independence. Fifth, like integrity. To be authentic within your own like pursuit. Sixth would be like at all times maintaining honesty to the self and to your outside. And the last would be like a sense of justice to the self. She's an egoist. Her philosophy is out of egoism. This is not much liked amidst like religious minded human beings, right? But why I find her philosophy in line with reality is because although we're taught like through religion and other sorts of moral structures that the self is made for others, that is a wrong and an immoral pursuit. So long as the self doesn't actualize itself to the potential it has never lived, and it can never serve as an example, like Cora was saying, for another. So become that example is what she's.
Okay, so what if realization in that helping another person being good to others is a condition.
Because existence is a virtue. And since you've been given this as in the like the theist language as a gift, if you have not sort of fulfilled that pursuit of like self-actualization, then you have not served your human purpose on. It could be anything, by the way. That which you find like your highest potential in. Like I was saying, Justice, right? Like if he's a great ballerina dancer, his parents want him to be like a lawyer. Right? What would he pick? That which would like fulfill him. That he should actualize, or would he live for the sake of another?
Hmm.
It's a very heavy discussion for like someone. Even to me, this came very hard at first. It's like,
Here's an example, right? My mom always tried to live like vicariously through me. Like anything I accomplished was really her accomplishment, you know. Otherwise, I was invisible. But I used to sing, right, in high school in competition choirs, and I also, got a few gigs and jobs and stuff, singing for like funerals and local church services and all this, other stuff, chorus work. And so when I graduated from high school, I really didn't know what I wanted to do. Kind of wanted to take like a gap year, right? Because I didn't know what I wanted to do with myself. I'd just been working and doing extra courses, all this stuff, and I was tired. But my mom insisted that I apply to a college, and she chose the college, right? And of course, it was still in town, right? But it was expensive private college. And she chose it based on my voice instructor's recommendation that I go study with this one particular person. So I ended up enrolled in this private college, studying under this operatic studies instructor who was quite good. But I also, like when I'd been in high school, I sang competition jazz choirs, and I actually enjoyed that a little more. And so I also auditioned for the jazz choir at the school, and I was like the only freshman that got placed in like the upper, the big competition choir that was mostly seniors and juniors. Anyway, and this is all in the course of like one semester at school. And one day I was in like practicing piano, and I come out at the piano studio and I hear my voice instructor arguing with the jazz choir instructor over whether or not I could be in jazz choir. And it was like nobody had consulted me, none of this. And I was just like, F this. And I finished up that semester and I dropped out of school. And essentially what it was is that, first of all, I had never decided that I wanted to be an opera singer, right? Or singer at all. It was just something my mother wanted me to do. I did it extracurricularly just as a hobby, right? I never decided I wanted it to be my career. In the course of like studying it more seriously, it also started like controlling my entire life. I couldn't go on birth control. I couldn't smoke or drink. I couldn't really be in large crowds or hang around people a lot because if I got sick, I couldn't sing, I couldn't practice, all this stuff. And it was just really isolating because when your body is your instrument, right, you have to like treat it accordingly. And it was just like all of these restrictions on me, and none of it I had chosen for myself. And when you start having people talking about you like you're just an asset or an object without like consulting you as an individual, that's just like kind of the end of it. It's like I was just like, what am I doing? Right. So I took 2 years off. I like dropped out of school. I left town because I had to get away from my mother. And then I came back. I just enrolled in college just to take normal courses, like the prerequisite courses, and then started. And I took a anthropology course, and I started remembering like my favorite subject in school was always some sort of social science, right? And also, like geology, like earth sciences, things like that. And I ended up like majoring in anthropology. I got to do a lot of archaeological work during the summer. It was great. I loved it. I also double majored in art history, and I loved that. And it's just like I just realized that that's what I like. I took a master's degree in like urban studies and economics, for real estate development. And yeah, now I'm running a nonprofit, but it's just kind of like, my last job. Eventually I'll move on to do something hobbity, I think. I'll probably just like disappear into the forest. Yeah. And that's all.
So wait, are you telling us you're gonna sing us a song right now?
I can't sing right now, John, because I had my radiation and my left lung is like the capacity on is reduced. So I have a hard time. It's hard right now. My breath control's not very good.
Could you maybe queef us a song?
Hasn't John been like so good to us, Cora, by not ringing his bells and doing all his like obnoxious?
Yeah, I like him when he's just mellow in himself. I wish he would just stick to that.
This is so lovely that John is so well behaved.
I'm always mellow. What are you talking? All I want to do is read poetry.
Why not? Zeb, what were you saying, honey? Sorry.
No, we can say that Cora is right. It's not right living for another person in that aspect. But I'm not sure if that's altruism. Like, yeah. Especially,
That's why I like this topic. That's why I can't hear you properly. Can you come close to your microphone?
it's like the Linkin Park song, Number. Have you heard of it?
So far, not so far. That one? In the end, it doesn't even matter.
It's what you want. Nah, yeah, but this is a good chapter, but not that one. It's this one. Don't know what you're who's under the pressure of walking in your shoes. But that's not altruism.
Yeah, bro. Like, you know why I hold on to this topic, like especially this philosopher so dearly? Because I suffer from a disease called radical empathy. And it's quite like devastating for me. Because I must be Mother Teresa all the time.
Yeah, we'll see. You're a sucker. You're a sucker. In Chicago, a lot of people will throw them.
Passionate, it becomes toxic.
Yeah. There's people in Chicago that will throw themselves on the street in front of you to try to get you to help them pick them up, and then they'll try to ask you for money. And I was with this girl that I was dating, and this guy threw himself down in front of us. And she's such a sucker. I'm like, It's his scam. This is what they did. This is what they do. This is how he's doing it.
That's how much it influences my like psyche. It's like I'm constant I'm crying and things like that. Immediately I have to like
Oh, I love that. One of my good Paris stories is this creepy old gypsy lady came up and pinched me up my side, looked at me and said, "You will be unhappy," in French. And I just said, "And you already are."
like that always says. They're going to put you in sandwich and tell you the world will crush you. That's that option.
Well, you're a perfect victim then. If you're like a perfect, sympathizer, isn't it? Or
To the human condition. Like my mama says, like it's other side of the world. This is happening other side. Why you are crying?
you know what's crazy is when you end up helping people, though, you end up actually causing them more complications. Which is, yeah. And then also people really do resent free shit because it like puts them in a psychologically inferior position and they will bite the hand that feeds them.
And then you have to like feel guilty for having more, doing more.
Your mom,
vicious cycle.
your mom is like the opposite of my parents. If I wasn't hungry and I didn't want to eat all my dinner, they would like lock me in my room and take like photos, like starving children at the door. And I was just like, what the fuck?
My mother would beat us. If we didn't eat all of our food, she would smash the shit out of us.
But yeah, I got this both the psychological and the physical torture. It's like
One time my mom was like screaming at us at the dinner table, and so like out of frustration I took the ketchup bottle and I slammed it, and the ketchup sprayed up on the ceiling, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get killed. So I just booked it, and she chased me and pounded me on the stairs.
Oh my god, are you kidding?
Yeah, my mom is extremely annoying. Like I'm a uh, horribly annoying person, but my mother is extremely annoying person. One time, I was shoveling the driveway, and she comes out, and she's like, "Make sure you go over there, get the snow over there, get the snow." And she's like, "Don't you throw any snow on me, Johnny." So I picked up that shovel of snow, and I immediately chucked snow at her. And she's like, "I'm coming down here and fucking kill you." So she comes running back out, and she just pummeled me in the snow. Pummeled me. And so then my dad comes to pick us up for the weekend. He's like, "What happened to you?" I'm like, Mom beat me up. She told me not to throw any snow at her, so I threw snow at her. And then my dad wanted to kill her. Um, so he's pounding on the door, like, "Open up, open up." He's a cop. And she's like, "I'm calling the police. Leave me alone."
my favorite one was my mom was like just in one of her like fucking moods and was like, I don't even know what she was saying to me because I was ignoring her. I just zoned out. And we're like sitting in the car, and I was eating a pudding cup, like a chocolate pudding cup, and she's like yelling at me, and again I don't even know what it was because I was zoned out ignoring her. And then she starts like smacking me and scratching at me and trying to tear the chocolate pudding out of my hand because that's what I was like focusing on. And she's like, "Give me the pudding!" And and so I just fucking took the pudding cup and I shoved it in her face. She had fucking pudding all over her face. She got it. I gave it to her.
Oh.
I think this is a Gen X problem. Like, I don't know.
No way. Abusive mothers. has been going on forever.
But like, I think like boomers are just like so narcissistic, like, or on average more. And yeah,
Maybe. You would think though that like
Have you guys forgiven them?
yeah. Yeah. I forgive.
so
I forgive, but I don't forget just how annoying she can be. I will say though that Clubhouse, like there's times when I talk to my mom on the phone now, and then now I recognize like, oh my god, like she's a gaslighter. Like she intentionally, constantly says things to try to gaslight you. And it's just like a dog, or if you take a dog on a walk, like the dog will make every variable movement possible, and do every like there's no stone unturned. It's the same thing in communication with my mother. It's like there's no getting off easy. And one time when I was at a restaurant, I was trying to pay, and my mother was like screaming and causing a problem. And then the cashier was like, "Oh, you didn't know?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "You're just along for the ride." I was like, "Oh my god, it's my mother's world." I was like, "I am just along for her ride." I was like, "This is such bullshit."
My mom, of course, never touched me, never. Neither did my dog, especially on how cute he was. I did the two. But she was upset. Fuck, that thing would dilate so big. Like, I still remember, like, it's either like hyperbole in my mind. I remember being angry. Those eyes would just light up so much bigger than usual. And the fear that would freaking run through my spine. Fuck, it was traumatic.
Would you guys believe me that if I remember when I was 5 years old, the events, some events of when I was 5 years old.
So here's a question for you. Have you ever gotten so used to the chaos?
Bro, come to my bro.
Would you guys believe me if I said I remember some events of when I was 5 years old?
I was fine. I think I remember something that about with, especially an embarrassing one. But
Yeah, so I remember going out for a walk with my mom and my stepfather. And in the middle of going to the park, he said to hold her hand. I told her, hold her. For some reason, it was being difficult. And then I remember the whole trip to the park was cancelled, right? And then we came back home. Like she dragged me all the way back to our house. And then she locked me in a room. Then she took my belt and beat the shit out of me. I remember.
sorry to hear that, man.
It ain't building a look all right. You want me to go?
When I was the
The belt got the water.
I remember school. Okay, so and, a bunch of kids. We used to take the school bus, to school and back home. And, parents would be waiting where the school bus would drop us, and then they would pick us up. One evening, after school, there's a smart ass kids like, let's go walking home. It's like, yeah, but we don't know the way. And the smart ass kid was like, I know the way. No worries. So we decided to walk back home. And the kid, of course, took the way the normally the school bus takes, so which also is a longer route than the usual. We had
It's
fun.
gonna be interesting.
Good,
It's gonna be
That's just that, you know.
well, I have no significance, obviously, of the culture. It's all about you. You'll be back home, or you want back home. You aren't related.
We reached and their parents were like waiting for like because of course we took much longer than the school bus takes. Yeah. All got into trouble that evening. But that smartest boy didn't know the way. So it did work out for us. I think we also had fun on the walk.
Wow. And that's very good. And
Another it's
it's good.
it's go to school alone, like even 5-year-olds. While most parts of the world are the world like they're like too scared to let kids to go to school alone.
Oh my God.
Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to say it. I don't care to say it.
You want Dawn would be -5 right now if it was with him. What a drunk because I was like, I think
It was for me. Yeah.
oh yeah, I don't know. It's kind of good.
What do you recall a story? The more you remember. If I recall the story from my childhood, I will remember it. Otherwise, I'll forget it. It'll go away. It will
Yeah,
time.
so what they look at,
You're working so hard, dude. Now you
so what they look at just demonstrated was
Sorry, I'll put point.
was how like one could not be altruistic. Okay, he did this for himself. So whilst it was quite torturous for us, he did it worked out of his own self-interest.
Yes, that's true. Sometimes you got to think about number one.
So I'd like to hi to my darling friend Gregor, my rational thinking theist.
What's up, rational theist?
What's up,
Right?
Greg?
Rational theist. Maybe not that. No, I'm kidding. It's possible. It's possible. I'm just. Yeah, it's a pretty cool conversation today with some mood blend.
What thing? What?
I was informed today. Is it true? Is it true that every year the Sunnis they do a sacrifice? Is that right?
If it goes to Hajj, I guess, or even
No, I think it's this thing the Eid, you sacrifice when you sacrifice a cow or a goat or for meat, one.
which one?
I think so.
Is it mandatory?
I don't think it's mandatory. I think that you have to you have to donate some meat. If you can afford to, you donate some meat to the
Is it
poor.
mandatory?
Yes, it's very it's quite obligatory if you can afford it.
Quite obligatory. Like it either is or it's not. It's like a little pregnant. You either have to do it or not.
Logical.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this gun. This is rationalist atheist. Look at this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a spin or so.
What about you don't know what?
Went to Allie's locker room, and at first we were, before there's a Muslim guy, Doctor something. Before he got on there, I was getting grilled, obviously.
Jedi. Oh my god, he's a crazy ass.
What, the Muslim?
No, this Dr. Jedi, he's Mahdi's like nephew.
Oh.
You know Dr. Jedi, right? Nilopal?
Yes, of course I know Dr. Jedi.
Yeah. Nilopal's really close to like Mahdi and community. Like, he's the only one to say mod in Mahdi's room, like as a crime.
Muslim Muslims, as they could
biggest
Muslims.
Yeah, and many things he's like, I don't know why, like, no thoughts under the concentric rooms.
Okay.
What happened?
Yeah. What about the sacrifice?
What?
They were the whole spread is basically showing like comparisons from Abraham. That was the whole pitch. You know, that Muslims were closer to Abraham than Christian, right? Yeah, because it comes from the time Abraham sacrificed a goat or whatever, a lamb, when God asked him to sacrifice his son, and then God said, "I was just joking. You sacrifice a lamb instead." Yeah, that's hilarious.
And no one said his joke. Look at this.
I mean, like, the point of that. That's exactly the point they brought up. They mentioned the sacrifice. Yeah, that's why they do it. But they levied a particular argument today, which I thought was pretty funny. So they, I think they were, I can't remember the church father they were appealing to, maybe Papias. Basically, they were saying, well, look, you have church fathers saying that there was an Aramaic version of Matthew, right? And I was like, okay. And then it seemed like the argument was, well, because, you know, we don't have the Aramaic version of Matthew, and all we have is the Greek version of Matthew. Therefore, all you have is uncertainty if the Greek version of Matthew is basically authentic, right? That was a very interesting position to take.
So was it the
I wonder if we made a flaw in Argus, or maybe not.
Which one?
It meant to me that there was an Aramaic version of Matthew, and because we don't have the Aramaic version of Matthew, we have the Greek version. That therefore, the Muslims, they were levying this argument to me today.
But if so, what if you? I've seen that pitch. Yeah, I've heard that being pitched. So if you have the Greek version, does it make it less authentic? Is that the argument?
We're going the opposite.
I see it.
I was arguing that point, right? I'm going to get going into that room. Just a little. Which one was it, by the way? Arguments that they bring. I thought that was a very funny argument that they brought. Which room was it?
Yeah, did you say Matthew?
That's the room that I've been going into lately.
No, what was the book? Matthew?
Yeah, the Gospel of Matthew. Yeah, incidentally, Matthew is one of the persons actually named in the Quran. One of the rare people. I think it's called Mata. Mata. Mata goes to some place. Yeah, so basically we were talking about preservation of the two texts, basically. That's basically the conversation.
I'm sorry, but what are you talking about right now? Are you talking about this room right now, or are you talking about a room from a couple hours ago?
Talking about a room that I was in hours ago.
Wow.
Why did you decide to carry the room into this room? That is the room rule, not to talk about all the rooms in the new room.
So, during that argument that the sacrifice makes them closer to Abraham. I thought what do you think of like silly, right?
Yeah, that's it. But it's symbolism, bro. Like, what the heck? You have the I mean, symbolic of the flesh and blood of Jesus. This tradition keeps things alive, especially like a point that like I don't know the sacrifice.
Yeah, like you sacrifice during Lent, right? During Lent, people are supposed to sacrifice their consumption and do some austerity to the period leading to.
People just honestly bring on.
On like the Bible based on like the rituals and traditions, right?
You like, realize the depth of most religion
fundamentally,
collapse that like most systems occur because like tradition or the action of or the symbolism they demonstrated is lost. Like most of the people during COVID, right? The freaking depression they were going through is because they're missing out on
would shop at Target
or whatever. Like, yeah, my boyfriend was telling me like most of
who walks in the US. I won't even from the parking lot you make.
Especially when you farm circles so many times around to find the closest parking lot to the entrance of Target.
Do you go over to that room, Marcus, or no?
No, I've not been. I have gone like a couple of times. I've listened, but I haven't gone as much because like Mahdi's room obviously like is just so much more entertaining.
I don't know if that's the same thing on his room. Every time I go in there, he's never in there, so maybe it is. I'm not sure.
Well, Leopold's always modding there as the sole favorite freaking mod to mine.
I would never talk to Bob. You're always time.
Are their answers really long?
No, bro. It's not gonna be long before he starts insulting, right? That's just how he is.
No, he's not Charles.
Odd, odd, I mean, he can be. Yeah, he does. I mean, he doesn't accept that much.
Yeah, it's like more like yeah, freaking dad joke.
It's one thing, not so much in funny. Like they're so desperate to talk about the Quran, and I'm just like, oh, why don't you just attack the Bible? Let's do that.
True, but also remember, like they have all the reasons in one basket. Like he's not a proponent of like any sort of scholarly reading or interpretation, or even like hadith or something where he can like add on to the Quranic script, right? Like there's no flesh to that. There's more. Just it's like a Protestant tree. Oh, sorry for your protest. It's like a very.
What?
Aren't you a Protestant?
No, I don't label myself to any of those.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't hold myself confession of faith of any Protestant denomination.
Because he'd probably be like the Muslim equivalent of the. Like he does historicity or like historical. Right? I ever watch him like make historical references in the Quran. Sorry, like this is your boy. You have to deal with them like straight. I'm sorry, very unknown. Like I don't even know. It's an argument for like the Trinity. I'm sorry, like the council of
Actual position. I think that he doesn't fully understand it though.
You do realize that what he's calling created Son of Man is really not what the Trinity holds true, right? For me, it's more like representing position like in its own truth. Because that's not what Chalcedon means when they say like created son of man. Because no Christian will freaking as much as he and I would love to for you or any other Trinitarian to grant the freaking position of created son of God, son of man, right? Where Jesus is this good prophet in the eyes of God, human creation, whatever. No freaking Trinitarian will ever grant created son of man or created son of God.
Honestly,
And
I
when
still like,
Chalcedon, mhm,
feel like the conversation on the Trinity and Tawhid is
yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. It's a meaning.
I just think each
Conversation.
position must be respected, like for its own freaking model, right? Like one cannot, and I know the pursuit of sort of marrying the two. Like even Council of Chalcedon would use some kind of like Hegelian philosophy to explain like he's created a son of man is created in one sense, and in another sense he's not created. Like within him he holds like the divine nature at all times. So it's a tough position to want to merge.
It's like Miguel talks about. Look, the Trinity is still here, man.
One man consciousness, one man consciousness. And it's nice. Yeah. He lays it out well, I think.
Freaking hilarious.
Yeah.
And I will say, I feel like Rashad and Mikhail, they couldn't really talk, but Mikhail is right. Like, I feel like Rashad's approach is just to like have this position of like skepticism, which is fine.
It's funny that that skepticism is only for everything else except their own beliefs.
Do you remember that like the Quran is not so much denying power of the concept in and of itself. Well, like it was in and of itself, Quran is denying the language, the usage of three, one, Father, Son. Like it's saying don't use that language. Like that's why it's saying we can't say. Like these are like almost intended and forced freaking references made so that you don't utilize words such as that to describe a heel. And I can understand it from like
I heard something about Draco said about the sacrifice of a lamb or something like that. But you said something that is relevant. Yeah, it is relevant.
There's a sacrifice done every measure.
It's that evil
Draco not at all. Yeah, Muhammad Draco is really like denounces traditionalism in the form of like ritualistic practices, even in Christianity.
I understand. That's why I said everything that you do is relevant according to the religion or anything else. But it is very important that you do it. Because acting like so the belief.
I mean, to an extent it does, but also it doesn't. That's the problem.
No,
It's all about spirit,
kind of does.
Like you can operate within the rituals, right? But then when you're done with the rituals, you can literally live your life disobeying your God, which happens all the time in every religion. So it's actually.
But the fact of the matter is, if you don't do the ritual and you disobey God, you are in the same position. Like you're talking about method. I'm not denying the existence of method. Like these people who do the ritual.
You do the ritual and you disobey God, and the ritual is irrelevant.
I just agree with you. Do you understand that?
Oh, perfect.
So you're talking about two different things. They are not the same.
That's what I'm saying. It's not fundamental. It's therefore irrelevant. Like if the rituals in themselves can't actually do anything for you, if other actions essentially blot it out and its relevancy, to me that just screams to me, well, it's not necessarily fundamental for you to be in good graces with your deity.
Between deceiving action and
yeah, but like if you look at the Bible, right? Like for example, the theme of quote unquote God's chosen people, participating in the same traditions that God established, and they're doing it all the time, but they're worshiping other gods. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
mix between deceiving action and action.
I mean, deception's an action too. So it's more than just acting.
Like you saying that every action is deception.
What is this? Is this like an English language definition course? Why don't you guys just go to Google and get the definitions of words? You guys are fucking retarded. Retarded.
He likes
You guys are retarded.
so is a kind of like Christian who holds the spirit so much more than like the letter of the word. He's a true
I have no
believer.
problem with that. But I have no problem with that. But you can't have the spirit without the act.
He's just thinking about you.
Because the spirit don't have the act.
I would say you can't have the action without the spirit. That's what I would say it backwards.
How would you know if someone has the spirit?
The fruits, obviously, which we agree.
By the action. So that's why I said, yeah, it is the action is the relevant, but it's very important that you do it.
I'm not saying that it's not important. What I'm saying is, like, doing them is not an issue. What I'm saying is if you say
not doing them is an issue, bro.
yeah, but I'm saying even if you do it, right, it doesn't fundamentally matter if other things that you're doing is to the contrary. Like it has no benefit to you.
Eat something I agree with you. Like it takes another time to understand my point. Whatever you
I'm not getting the point. I'm telling you,
because of that. But it is very important that you do it.
Why?
But listen, if you agree with me that it's fundamentally irrelevant, you say, well, but it's still fundamentally important. That's what doesn't make sense. You keep saying, well, I'm going to repeat it again. Yes, you're just repeating nonsense again. Nonsense. That makes no sense.
Trying to explain what did
say it again?
To explain my point of view. What did you understand, or what is my objection to your view?
It is still important to do the rituals because it's commanded. That's fundamentally what you're saying.
No, actually, no.
Okay, so why is it important if it's not commanded?
Because if you don't do it, you committing a sin.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Yeah, but do you not think like actions are like expressions of?
Because you go against God by your definition.
No, I'm trolling. I still don't see it, to be honest.
Would you not think that actions are?
If God's not, and if God said you do A and you don't do L, does that mean that you go against God?
It can, yeah.
Either you go against God or you go with God.
Yeah, but you agree, right? Even if you do A, but you do B, and B can essentially void A, what therefore does that tell you?
if you do B, let's say B equal not A, yes?
So B voids A. That's what I'm saying. B voids it nullifies A. It makes A irrelevant if you do B. That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah. And B fundamentally is up in the same position. You win or you got. So choose, like you can choose. So you can choose what you do because this is a relationship between you and God, not between you and a human. Like to yeah. Well, either you're gonna go with God or you go against the human.
It would be like this. It would be like this. A is doing the rituals, right? And B is going against, like, for example, the Ten Commandments. If you went to well, if you went to a mosque every day, well, not every day, but as you're instructed to do, you do your prayers, you do your pilgrimage, you participate in Ramadan, you do all those things. However, even though you're doing those things, but you're also doing on the side when you're not doing these rituals, you're going against Allah, like you're sinning.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you say Allah or Jesus or anything else. If you believe in God, I'm gonna hold to that common ground, dog.
Yeah, you're doing all the rituals, you're doing all the prayers, you're taking time out every day to go to the mosque, but you're a Muslim who fornicates daily. Fulfilling all of those rituals while you're a fornicator, you're good to go. Is that what you're telling me? You're good to go.
No. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that you're mixing between A and B. For example, let's say A, God said do A, and B, God said do not do B. You saying not doing A, I'm doing B. It doesn't matter because God gave you A and B, and you're gonna be questioning about A as much as you're gonna be questioning about B. B doesn't include A, and A doesn't include B. For example, if you feel you're not gonna tell them, I didn't even know about this one. That's illogical because you saying that A represented action and B represented action. Now you're mixing two things, like you saying A and B, and if you do B, not A, and things like that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're talking about the action A.
I'm saying that. I'm saying
Let me finish. What I'm trying to say, we're talking about the action A. If the action A is in question, we're going to talk about the action A. If we're going to talk about the action B, we're going to talk about the action B. And actually, A and B is the same thing, to be honest. This is what God tell you to do, and this is what God tell you not to do. For example, if He said, okay,
you're confusing it. A is the rituals. B is sin. A and B are not the same. That's why we're doing A and B. If we're not saying,
I'm going to tell you why I said that. Probably you didn't understand. I'm going to tell you why I said they are the same. Because A is something God tell you to do. B is something God tell you not to do. They are both in action. Not doing A is not A. Not doing B is not B. It doesn't matter. It's an action God tell you to do or not to do. It's the same thing A. That would be the positive, for example. If you like, you not you will be sinning if you steal. If you told you to pay, you would be sinning if not to pay. That's it.
No. But what I'm telling you is it still true though, right? If you're doing A, but you're also doing B, B invalidates the legitimacy of A with your standing before God. Is that correct?
Not necessarily.
Holy smokes.
Not necessarily.
That's crazy.
Okay. You say B is sin. Do God forgive sins?
Yeah, you can do the ritual.
You see, you guys keep repeating yourselves over and over and over again. And, sometimes I like to think maybe Muhammad can't keep up with Draco because Draco knows English better. But then Draco, it's actually a you problem. You just keep the vicious circle going of this endless conversation. Don't you guys see what you're doing? It's so stupid. Hello?
I don't think so. I think they both are making very important points. I think most theists like face this at some point or the other in their life. Tradition versus like
No, this isn't like the most important conversation of the world. You understand? Like, there's no important points being discussed here. This is a waste of time.
Don't bring up any points ever when I listen to you. I've never heard you bring up anything meaningful whatsoever.
but he reads.
Oh, a lot of people read, dude. Atheists read too. Buddhists read. I guess it's all equal. Doesn't make any sense. That's irrelevant.
Okay, so Draco, let me ask you this. How do you Okay, so let me ask you this. How do you get the Holy Spirit?
That
I think it's funny that you say the conversation we're having is meaningless, but now you want to talk about a faith-based position on how the Holy Spirit interacts with human beings, which is a faith position.
Well, I just asked you, how do you get the Holy Spirit? If you can't answer that question, I guess my Socratic method has proven a point. And that point is you don't know how to invoke the Holy Spirit. Well, the Holy Spirit is a lot of fun. You've never invoked the Holy Spirit and felt your central nervous system tingle? You never had an orgasm, busted a nut, and tingled? Hello?
hello?
And you say the conversations we have is meaningless? That's pretty funny.
Well, you guys only repeated it 10 times over and over.
When you mention the Holy Spirit, you're literally talking about something that Jesus said would happen, and it's still debated. And again, the Holy Spirit is something that's not something that's demonstratable, right? What we were talking about is the demonstration of theology.
Oh, it's just your opinion, though. You think it's funny? You got an opinion. I think your opinion is funny.
Like actors, for example, like my whole point is like this: I can go through my everyday life with my wife and do all the quote unquote rituals of being a husband, providing for my wife, giving her money, supporting her, compromising in our relationship, etc. But I can cheat on my wife perpetually. But according to Muhammad, by the same standard, that would be irrelevant. It doesn't mean because I'm doing all the rituals of marriage, all the ins and outs, but I'm cheating on my wife. It's not necessarily the case that me cheating on my wife voids out all the other things that I do. It's nonsense.
Okay, you're doing the same thing. Hello? Hello, you're doing the same thing, Draco, that you just did 10 times. How many times are you going to do it? When did you lose the capacity to move forward in a conversation? I mean, you're just so redundant. You say the same fucking thing over and over and over. We get it, dude. Move on.
You literally come on people's stages and cut people off and start reading from a book that's off topic. And you want to criticize me, dude. Hello? I've never heard you bring anything of substance to any conversation that takes place. I see you come up here and you start making these nonsensical kind of conversations with Muslims. You just kind of come out of the blue. Like, don't call people silly and idiots when you literally come off as an idiot.
Well, that's just your opinion. The truth is you're an idiot. You just ad hominem to me and called me an idiot. And that makes you an idiot. I didn't ad hominem you. I'm just saying you're repetitive, redundant, and worthy of mockery. You're worthy of mockery, sir. You come off as a stupid American. You come off as an ignorant, white trash, low IQ American. Hello?
Well, listen, Make sure you use ad hominem correctly. I never said you were an idiot. I never attacked you personally. I said
How
you
dare
come
you
off.
attack her?
You appear as such.
What kind of a stupid name is Draco, anyways? What are you, like some kind of cartoon fucking freaking from the 80s? Draco. What's your name? My name is Draco. Don't fuck with Draco. Draco knows everything. Draco has the best opinions about everything. Do not question Draco's opinions.
That's all he's doing is projecting. Like nobody was talking to you, and then you come on mic and you're like, "Look, Draco." Nobody was talking to you, but now you want to cry. You couldn't have said anything. It's that simple, dude.
I was not going to tell your heart, but the universe.
You come off as a very narcissistic person.
Draco, that's all projection. And we know where you're going to end up on Clubhouse, Draco. You're going to end up in the Calvinist room where you belong, Draco. Draco, you're going to end up in the Calvinist room. That's ultimately where you're going to have to go. The boring world of Calvinism. Oy vey. Oh, he sounds like a Calvinist. He's a Calvinist on the inside, just waiting to come out.
Calvin. That's disgusting.
Oh, you didn't like my ice cream burp? I just had strawberry ice cream with cinnamon and honey and strawberries and bananas. Delicious. Anyways, what were you guys talking about? You guys were repeating yourselves like 20 times over. It was getting really boring. I had to interrupt. Sorry. Can't stand redundant, never ending conversations. Make your points and let it go. Move on.
Mohammed, what was your argument, bro? Draco, what was the argument? Like actions versus like mandatory or like
Rituals mean nothing.
rituals versus.
In everyday life, they mean absolutely nothing.
Oh my god, do you think so?
Yes, I literally gave the example of marriage. Means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, so I'm also averse to rituals. Don't you think like rituals set up a sort of discipline? Especially like
Same thing in politics. Congress gets together, they make a big show out of it on television, they grill people, but then nothing ever really happens. It's meaningless, it's all a show. The politicians put stuff in place, and then they don't act on it. It's meaningless. It's irrelevant. And you can do whatever ritual you want in life. Thing that you're doing that undermines that. It's irrelevant. It's void. It does not matter. It's irrelevant. Like if you think otherwise, then you're a gullible person. You're easily.
Are you just projecting your own redundancy?
Right.
So rituals is just like even these mandatory, these obligatory acts of like the 10 Commandments, right? The moral acts. Don't you think those are rituals too? Like one has to remind oneself of not.
The Old Testament, that's the whole theme of the Old Testament. The Jews were doing the rituals, they were doing everything God commanded, but they were still in rebellion. Isaiah teaches this, Daniel teaches this, it's all over. Like this theme is repeated over and over and over.
John, hello, shalom.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what would
with the cloth of God.
What would McZed say if you were to say that to McZed? Because McZed would disagree with your opinion there, Draco. Because I think also a lot of people don't know the difference between opinions and facts. It sounds to me like a lot of your opinions are really just assertions, but not facts. They're still just opinions.
So what I just said was a fact. I love you. You heard?
Exactly. I said, if I'm not mistaken about your position, you're just as similar to atheists, just with the add of believing in God. Like atheists believe in doing good things also. Atheists doesn't believe in ritual. Yeah, that's the same thing that atheists believe. You just added God to the equation, and I don't know what God represents to you by this point.
The Ten Commandments are also ritualistic, Muhammad.
Understand
Principle. Yeah.
your angle, Marcus, and you're right, by the way. That's true. But I'm saying, according to what he believed in non-ritual religion, and ritual doesn't matter. So he have his own point of view of ethics, what doesn't matter or not, what's wrong or right. So his moral compass doesn't depend on God. His moral compass depend on him, especially. So what I'm saying
What
is,
Paul said, like you have to remember, like Draco also like perhaps Paul, right, Draco? Like the spirit of the law, not just the letter, which was like.
no, I agree. I'm not denying that.
Do you remember, like prior to Christianity, there was this? Yeah, I mean, one could make the argument that Jesus didn't want to soften up the obsession with law keeping, right? Which the Jews of his time were so like engulfed, such that the spirit was forgotten.
Wait, is that your opinion or is that a fact? Because I think I'm just gonna spew a bunch of opinions on this stage, and then I'm gonna follow it up, and I'm gonna say these are not opinions; these are facts, and it's just your opinion that my opinions are not facts. Listen, you guys don't understand the difference between opinions and facts. There are no facts. There's only opinions. That's the fact, you fucking idiots.
Giving like the, I was just giving historicity. I was just giving historicity to like because like it's understandable that like he would hold on to the spirit. But Muhammad, you want to argue for that? Because rituals daily do provide a lot of discipline. That is their entire purpose. I'm really bad at.
Like I already argued for that. I said like I understand the point that he's coming from, by the way, because yeah, any ritual, any action in itself, it doesn't matter, to be honest, because we all gonna die at some point. So whatever you do is really that not that. Whether you are a Pharaoh, you are you will end up all in the same place, and we will end up all in the same place, to be honest. So I understand what he's saying. Whatever you do is really not important, not significant. But it is important that you do it because your action represents you, what you stand on, what your beliefs, what your idea, and what even your words represent that. Like, for example, if you stand on not injustice and you stand against it just by the word, that's an action that represent that you don't like injustice. Injustice. Sorry for that. So the action, any action in itself represents you. That's it. And if the action that you do represent that you are with God.
Afwan Habib, is this just your opinion or is this a fact?
I understand that.
Muhammad, do you know the Charter of Muhammad, the Muslim constitution written in Medina by Muhammad? It's my opinion.
That's your opinion.
No, it is not my opinion. It is a document written by Muhammad in 660 AD. Do you know the 66 amendments of the Muslim? No, it is not. I will get you the link, Habibi. Just wait a second, Habibi.
What is that? Good Lord. What is the Medina Constitution? John Kittery brought it up like 5 million times.
It's how you know that Muhammad is a scam artist and a fraud and that he was running a mafia organization. Read it. Just fucking read it. And you tell me, what kind of law is it where if you kill somebody's husband, kill somebody's son, and you say, take the fucking money, there's no fucking trial. And if you don't join us in war and pay for it, we'll kill you. They're a bunch of fascist Nazi terrorists. That's what it is. Read the document. Their entire system is based off of mafia law. Hello? It's not my opinion. It's a fact. Most people don't know the difference between opinions or facts anymore. But I just told you some facts, Jack. Muhammad was a pedophile and a fascist mafia don, a murderer, a hitman, an abusive polygamist, a psychopath, a murderer, the worst of the worst, set up the biggest scam ever. Billions of people's lives hypnotized and confused with the Charter of Medina and the Quran. A bunch of terrorists invading Europe, killing millions. That's what they did. It's a horrible legacy in history. Don't be confused by the Muslims, especially Muhammad. Muhammad was a liar, a criminal, a pedophile, a mafia terrorist. He was the worst of the worst.
No way.
Man, poor Muhammad, bro. Find me a good argument.
Truth hurts.
Sit down there, John. Yeah, Bath doesn't allow such combos in his room. He's quite sensitive about like bringing up people's like as bad as a reputation as Bath has for being Islamophobic, which I don't think is true. Probably with the Quran, yeah.
Also, a bit of ad hominem, like all.
And all ad homs. Yeah, yeah. None of them are like good ad homs. Come on, man, John Kitover. Not good, bro.
Like, know your terms, my guy.
Do you agree with what Muhammad said, though? Do you see the significance of what he's positing? Like, most schools of thought around the world, Draco, you'll see that, like, ritual.
Ritual is at a point to where it's not a good thing. Ultimately, what that
Pretty sure with y'all, my people. But like you got you got Kirk Franklin in this motherfucker. Like we should let Soren go next. Soren.
Bro, this guy is a cunt.
Let Soren respond after you just went off for 30 seconds.
He's just keep yelling and shouting and weeping and whining. But again, straight and foremost, it's still closed. What exactly did you do to open it up?
They didn't open it up. We're locking it up, you idiots. We locked everybody in. You're not letting anybody in. We're not letting anybody out. It's not doing anything. You don't do shit. We have 21 warships circling.
Laughing.
Who's laughing? Who's laughing? Because it sounds like you're crying. But guess what? 21 fucking warships surrounding your street. We're not letting anybody out. Understand what tracking? Understand what it is? Who've never weapon about military battles and how they're CNN, you can't even read the show. Like, you got your military stuff.
You're not even fucking climbing. That guy was a fucking moron.
City, good morning. I missed my hangout. I just sleep with an MMA guy. I see a cauliflower. It's not.
Do Josh friends get ready? I'd like to say, midnight college fun. One thing I don't think here's what they do Jewish fun. They are, it was already they all four miners, and guess what? Here's the best part. We still in the administration, at least it's 3 journalists. You guys need to show. We know. I mean, picking up about one lady that got block it off.
Key speaker.
And they went in there and totally real names. Lateral ships. 4 years on the crane. 73 lives. Certain things. Lifting journey. We're in 2017. And by 2000, I don't know. There's only fake QHD. You don't even know what's going on. At that position, you bring them out to the wall. It's fill it all the way up, and now you have nowhere to store it. It's going nowhere, and you can't pay your people. You can't fucking keep your workers. You can't keep your population on. You can't fucking pay your soldiers. You can't fucking do shit. And no, by the way, there's this spent in your regime because we're aware that sometimes we don't even know who's in.
I
have to make it. Then I said you do rituals. A, but you're fornicating. B. Does B therefore void the legitimacy of A? And then he said, not necessarily. Trust me, not buying that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be fooled. Because that
I wish it was him.
to multiple aspects of life. Like if you're gonna say not necessarily, that understand things, they're already recognizing the fact that this is probably not going to go our way, and the only thing we have to do is try to win it through CNN, which is what you're fucking trying to do. But thanks for being a fucking video warrior on fucking Clubhouse. Fucking coward of a fucking man. Hey, Abby, are you there? I don't know what to think. A man of your age using profanity. My motherfucker. It's my fucking age. Did you read your back channel?
You move your curl, your about. Is that what you like?
Let me do search and rescue. Let me see. I work in a insurance claim, and I've spent a fucking dozen years fucking hunting you fucking bastards down, making you see pink mist before you went and saw fucking. That's right. I don't have any family, motherfucker. Nobody loves me. Yeah, that's what what did you do for a
living? People to come and bring this expertise and bring us some issues.
No, nothing. No one loves me. That's fucking you. For a gang. You are something in that's the issue. We cannot trust you. So, wait, are you the one that's sniffing folks? Like what? You fucking goats in the backyard? I was like, is that what you do? I can't. I really wish I could go back and grab you.
Well, I don't see that in the Bible or the Torah anywhere about what you just said. And last but not least, I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in God anyways. But if you want to leave, no one's going to stop you. That's a beautiful thing about our country, America. Unlike China, Russia, North Korea, citizens can leave. No one's stopping them.
I love you guys. You love this. Oh shit. Time for a little lemon meringue.
The USS Ford was in the Red Sea, okay? Not in the Indian Ocean when it caught fire. All right.
Congratulations, you just Googled that. All right, well, she knew.
No.
She knows. No, you didn't. Don't lie. I do that all.
No.
Do something, whether it be don't kill, don't steal. Yeah, all of these things are on the same sort of standing in the sense that if God tells you to do something or tells you not to do something, they're both obligatory to be obeyed.
Right, but my theology teaches me, right, like I can do righteous deeds and righteous acts, but if I'm also, just as much as I'm doing those, I'm also doing lawlessness, my belief tells me very clearly what happens to me.
So this is where we disagree, because this is Christian theology ultimately is that we are all sinners. And, you know, the difference with us is that Muslims believe that human beings, they have the propensity to sin, and we have the ability to repent. God forgives the sincere repenter. So when you make mistakes and you disobey God, when you sincerely repent, then God recognizes that. It's not ignored.
Right, but fornication, if you're a Muslim and you have the knowledge, right, and you're doing fornication, that's not a mistake.
It's a sin, you know, so these are sins.
It's not a mistake.
Yeah, I'm just using the word mistake, but we can call it sin then, right? So whenever we commit sin, right, I believe that sins, you know, all sins, right? God, it's up to God whether He forgives you. But
Giggles. I mean, fuck. Just come in vain. Like literally, black and white people, they would be like, nah, we ain't taking my shit. They would unite, man. They would be taken by the fucking the Unites would be like, hey man, we know where this is. These motherfuckers are hiding by a dumpster. Let's blow this shit up. Oh, over here, yep, these fuckers are. Yep, there's a 7-Eleven. That's where these fuckers are. I don't think anybody ever taking me over. Yeah, I haven't learned when your dad is. We already won. You know, we already won, dude. We destroyed you. You know what? Here's a crazy part of it. Israel actually is supported by us. We support them. We choose that. Now, some people may feel a certain way about that. That's fine. You can have that political stance on it. But here's the best part. Israel on its own still molly whooped your ass when they started. They were starving, outnumbered. They had Czechoslovakian rifles, and they still beat your sorry asses. They've been beating your ass. Like you couldn't even get past a ragtag, hunger, fucking World War II depression fucking group of people who fucking were starving, crawling on the sands, and with no fucking financial, no military support, and all of a sudden they're sitting there beating your fucking asses in. And somehow or another, you want to champion it. For 50 years, you've been able to do shit. You haven't done shit. And you cry every time. And then you want to say, oh, we're going to take over America. Bitch, please. You couldn't fucking fight your way out of a wet paper bag. You can't fucking do it. You're nothing. You're nothing. You IRGC guys are good at one thing. Kidnapping kids, raping little girls into brides, and then telling the rest of the people we're going to shoot you. You can't even handle protesters in a fucking normal way. Fucking A. You can't even, like, fucking just, like, allow protesters to go down the street saying you want a government. You don't even have a government. What with a group of fucking old men who still can work each other off in the fucking back rooms with your fucking idea.
In the back room, it's that's breeze.
Dude, I would literally, you know what? You're right. You shouldn't fight us men from the U.S. You know who I'm going to send? I'm going to send the Canadian women because that may be more of a fair fight for you fuckers. Like Jesus, what you know what? You're own. You're fucking dude. Like there's nothing you've proven anything out there. Where's your economic leverage coming from? Who's an ally of Iran? This countries that are fucking aligning with Iran. Because of that. Oh, I got it. You hate Jews. Like everybody knows you IRGC people hate Jews. Like maybe leave that off the table. Like we'll accept that as fucking reality. Tell me who supports Iran. Tell me who supports it. People like you. Who's sending you aid? Who's sending you fucking food? I support to own people like you because you're fucking. You know what? You know what? That's fine. Whoever owns me can own me. I went from fucking what was I? Donald Trump to fucking Muhammad to Satan to now I'm a slave. All right, fine, fucking good. I'll ask for reparations later. So now tell me who is supporting fucking Iran? What nation is sending you military aid, fucking money, and fucking food? Which one? Give me one, Soren. They have to work a whole day now and then spend the entire money during that day to buy a dozen of eggs. Jeez.
Yeah.
Man,
Has supported Iran.
Dozen eggs will cost them an entire day of work. Dude, you start opening some sand over there, so we don't treat for dogs. The war, and then just wait a couple more months, and then they can't even drink water. It'll be that bad. Soren's mom is sucking a dick.
We are $38 trillion in debt.
Ready to go up the tree.
I'm sorry for wrecking your ribs.
I need to go to famous secret societies like this one. They are founded in 1830.
So there's people that sort of comes like there's secret society. I don't like the Russians because I give a shit. I give a shit. It's funny. It's like there's a lot of this some of the shit they say is just completely off the wall. John, shit, it's a good time. How it's rarely so now. I like every book I've seen. Men did fucking pension shit. Because I feel a particular way about it. It's like it don't matter to me. Jewish people. That fucking markers and creeds. I don't give a flying fuck so much. Is the positive the items we have a flies for action, right? So there's the difference between me and you. So the symbols, grace and grace and emotionless with the Jesuits behind the international satanic society are very complicated. Never you go to Germany, you'll hide it. You'll hide behind fucking women's shirts and just worry about it. It's famous just he's out there trying to fucking take legs off. Yeah. These guys will go to the concert and cheer on attacking little kids and music festival works. You think why they are these things out? It's all fuck stuff. And these guys, just the reason that so we reached the other way. You're powered initially with military bases is one that does. You couldn't even the idea. You didn't attack the idea. You attacked fucking kids. And then fucking act like you were some fucking men of honor. You're not. You're just pieces of shit. You bring that fight to the real men, and then there you go, because you're scared. You're cowards. Yeah. The only thing you can do is hurt women and children.
They went after soft targets for a reason.
Yeah, that's the only thing they're good at. I mean, they're not even good at that, to be honest with you. There you go.
I'm just glad there's a lot of IRGC men killed, so that way it avoids future generations being.
You being KK.
I'm fine, thank you.
But here's the worst part, KK, you guys.
Iran has potential. Its people have potential. They have the opportunity to go ahead, manifest their own destiny. You could be wealthy. You could be one of the wealthiest countries in the fucking world right now. You could have prosperity beyond measure. You could have your artwork sold from fucking America to Europe to Russia to China. You could have absolutely a universities again that go Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, all of these fancy names. You could have absolutely all of that. 100%. You can live in a peaceful world. You can coexist with the rest of the Middle East. You can follow Allah.
Got kids coming over to sleep over.
We're clearly demonstrating to the world, all these nations that they went to, that they want something more. Because if they wanted your they would have stayed out and been out of the ICC. Those people fled constantly. Just go like you want fucking people. Just stop. You know what you're done here.
Wait, we took the YouTube short. So cute. Just let it go.
Like, no, you want to fucking tell me now that I know for a sake, please, show that in there. Yes. Right? Bro, you know what? People out taking up the light and just say, you know what, fuck these guys, and through the street by their balls, and then just leave them to hang out there. Because otherwise, you'll never realize your full. Yeah, I guess sometimes that's like lists can be probably the inspire like something IRPC is now in the room. They're all really.
And by the way, one of the bad effects off of this is we have to.
I saw all these guys. I know Rich, I know see, I know Howard.
Oh, what's going on? Yeah, I think that's hit the nail on the head. I mean, I just in the room, but yeah, when you think about the potential, I mean, it's just having very sophisticated civilization, Western like, and you've got what more than 90 million people. It's an awesome potential for sure. By the way, you guys, this is if you have hatred or if you
Is anything you put in the state?
like this is the
have a lot of anxiety around
I don't give a
using
fuck about your bad just
Time.
let it out.
That's
This is
that's a very
Be around people that want you to win.
I think right now it's it's just let it out, let it all out, let it off your chest, man. Fuck yeah.
Oh, I'm
Get to join the room on the top right, guys. Thank you.
sorry, this is my burner. Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm for law enforcement, but tonight, fuck the police.
Rich, by the way, I kicked you out of the room yesterday, and I'm sorry I did it as a joke.
Be around people. If you got
Because I guess you typed something.
every prime minister has the power to destroy this world.
No, that's like just something or something.
It's like looking at the world. But that's not enough because man is born.
It's hard to keep that.
His mind, the psychiatrist can look after it. It is something more. Every president, every prime minister, every the world also have. It must only then we can be safe and this planet can be safe. So scientifically can need the money not and the most. Its limit is money. The man's existence is far bigger. It is beyond the money. That beyond has to be understood also. That beyond only can issue to what's right.
And Neil gonna put so you can silence listening or steady breathing. Once you know something of the ambiente, every time you see you like the ocean.
It's a theory of which its eyes are almost closed. Is there anyone else that has something to say? Speak now. Silence.
Anybody from Iran who wants to talk about their glorious country and their wonderful military and everything else? You know, just tell us how great your country is and all that stuff.
Goodness, the morality. Because the body gets used to the discipline, like you said, Draco.
Exactly.
Like you're starting discipline from principles. What I and Muhammad is saying is that you start discipline from either one. If you so long as you keep the particulars going. Keep the particulars going, it'll always take you back to the principle.
This example is still good. So he used the example of you when you're married and you cheat on your wife. You know, it doesn't matter if you were performing all the duties. You're still cheating behind the back. It invalidates you know, the marriage. Right. It's a good example to use. But what if you were to replace cheating with something else? And you told your wife a white lie, something trivial, right? Or any kind of minor sin that would this invalidate your marriage? No. So it has to be measured, just like
Shabbat Shalom, mother. That I was going.
hola, ¿cómo estás? Right, that mom check.
So you've never been here before?
What am I looking at? 3 months. No, no, don't touch this. This is the helmet of Genghis Khan. Helmet? Yes. This is an incense pack. So this is the spear of Alexander the Great. No, don't touch that one. No, this is the sword of the Turkish Sultan. No, 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 no. So, what should I do? It's fair. You look better this way. You look younger. What? No, no, no.
You might see one though.
We are 30.
Yeah.